Once again, good evening. ICA Amit Khetan, Secretary, ICI Dubai Chapter, extend my heartfelt welcome to each and every one of you, including our chief guest, Rajesh Ji Garg. All the eminent speakers, they are joining very soon. The speaker, Shantanu Sharma, and all the panelists, and of course, all our members. We all are bound together by a shared commitment, not only to our profession, but to the planet we live on. And we do so from a very special place, India, our motherland. Has given us the roots, and the UAE, the land of actions, has given us the wings. So together they make us who we are as professionals with purpose and people with pride. So with that, may I request everyone to please kindly rise on your seats for the national anthem of the UAE, India, and followed by the timeless ICAI motto. I request my technical team to please play the national anthem of both the countries and followed by the ICAI motto. Please sing along.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
य एष सुप्तेषु जागृति य एष सुप्तेषु जागृति कामं 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 कामपुरुषो पुरुषो निर्विमाणः निर्विमाणः तदेव शुक्रं तद्ब्रह्मा तदेवामृतमुच्यते तस्मिन् लोकः शतः सर्वे तदूनात्यपि कश्चन एतद्वैता
Thank you. Please take your seats. So welcome once again to the Sustainability today's event, the Blueprint for a Better Tomorrow. Today's theme, Sustainability, the Blueprint for a Better Tomorrow, is not just a title. It's a call to an action. But before that, I just give my opening address for today's theme. I'm delighted to share that today we are presenting the ICAI Dubai Chapter Excellence Award 24-25, an initiative and conceptualized and launched under the very visionary leadership of our immediate past chairman, CA Rajesh Somani. So we'll talk about it later once he will be here. And the awards will be given immediately after the last session of Sonam Wangchuk, our keynote speaker. So please stay tuned and don't go anywhere because you could be the winner. Yeah, so again, moving forward, talking about today's theme, the sustainability. As chartered accountant, we often speak the language of numbers, but the planet doesn't speak in the balance sheets and the profit margins. It speaks through the melting glaciers, rising sea levels, shrinking resources, and increasingly through urgent silence. So this evening, is our humble effort to decode that language to understand how sustainability is just not an environmental concern, but a professional and a moral responsibility. Whether it's an ESG reporting, green finance, carbon accounting, or ethical investing, we as professionals are no longer spectators. We are participants and we are decision makers as well. And just like a good audit trail, today's conversation will lead us and hopefully inspire us to take concrete steps in both our personal and professional lives. So let's listen deeply, reflect honestly, and commit firmly, because building a better tomorrow begins with understanding today. So let the evening begin. Can I have a round of applause? Thank you. And to carry forward the momentum on the today's theme and to give us a glimpse of the exciting calendar of impactful initiatives and program lined up ahead, I now invite the captain of our ship, our very own chairman, CA Jai Prakash Agarwal. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our chairman for the year 25-26, CA Jai Prakash Agarwal. Can I have a louder one, please? Thank you. Over to you.
The best way to predict the future is to create it. This was said by an eminent personality, Peter Drucker. And when we think about creating future, sustainability tops the chart. And here we are with the event Sustainability Blueprint for Better Tomorrow, aligning beautifully with our larger vision for the year of growth for year 25-26. Good evening, namaste, and hello to all my senior members, fellow friends, valued sponsors, distinguished speakers, and our eminent guests. Growth, after all, isn't just about numbers on a balance sheet. It's about values. It's about vision. It's about sustainability. As chartered accountants, we are often accused of seeing the world only through Excel sheets. But tonight, we are here to prove we can also see it through green lenses. We are here to embrace a far more holistic definition of growth. Growth that sustains, growth that includes, growth that inspires. But before I do that, let's see the leaderboard of the initiatives which we have done this year. Calendar ahead, what exactly we have planned for you for the months ahead, and also something on the CPE which as a member you should know about it. For that, I will go through leaderboard, calendar so far ahead, and let's know about CPE. Let me go with the leaderboard. We launched few initiatives. One was top influencer. So there are the members who have introduced new member to the chapter. These are the members. If you see who tops the chart, it's Dikshit Jain with 3 introductions to the members. If 3 members can take it to the top, I think we are 3,000 strong. We can have more members. Even from Landmark, I was talking to Rajesh, 70 members. Rajesh can refer. If he was a chartered accountant and can top the star, he's topping with 3 members only. If I go to the next one, which is Power Performer. Who is Power Performer? Anyone who introduces the speaker to us, he's able to help us bring him on the podium, on the dais, then he goes on there. Can you see a name there, Rashmi? Rajesh ji has been invited by our own member Rashmi ji, and she is on the power performer list. Only thing is Rajesh Malgani is leading with 3. So the power performer for the chapter is Rajesh Malgani. Can I have a round of applause with 3 introductions of speakers in last 2 months? Next initiative was Master Blaster. Who is called Master Blaster? Anyone who introduces sponsors to us. This was easy for us. Only one member out of 3,000 introduced one sponsor, which is Reliance Surveyors, brought by Undi Krishnan. Can I have a round of applause for Undi Krishnan? Being the Master Blaster right now. And the last initiative, or the last one which we announced, was a top contributor. Here we have multiple areas where you can contribute. One is you can introduce a venue for us. We already know about Hyatt Regency, Grand Hyatt. We are doing events here. But if you know a new venue you introduce to us, if we do an event there, you get the credit of it. Rather than that, if you want to do, we are planning a job carnival in the month of July. If I am doing something on job carnival July, your company or you can participate as an employer. Then also you get a credit because you introduce the company to us. So you get a credit for top contributor. And the last one is to support the community. If we are looking for something, sometimes consulate reaches out to us and says, I need some support in terms of financial advisory. Recently happened last week. We helped. And that member who helped also gets the credit for it. So right now, if I look at all these contributions, the member who is leading the chart is Rajesh Raichura, because he introduced a venue to us, CA Rajesh Raichura. These are the leaderboard people who are leading the race. But is it over? No. It's just started. It's only 2 months now. We will only announce the winners towards the annual conference. So still, my friends, you have time. You can be the brand ambassador of the chapter in any form, in any of the categories. Now let's move ahead and look at the calendar so far. The calendar has been like this. We announced on 5th of April was our first event, Harmony Relationship. We announced 4 events in April. And trust me, we gave you all the 4 events without any problems. We committed to you 5 events in the month of May. Today is 31st May. And trust me, my team has given you all the 5 events which they committed. Everything has been done. There has not been any deviance from it. That is the commitment which your committee is giving it to you. And the total number of hours, if you have attended everything here, if you have attended, you would have got 47 CP hours by now. How much you are eligible to? 20 CP hours in the entire year. By now, in 2 months, if you have attended everything, you have taken from us 47 CPE hours that you could have done. But still, the journey is on. We are on 31st of May. Today, as I said, I promised you on April, this time I will give you calendar well in advance so that you can plan your family trips, plan your dinner dates with your wife's, spouses, families without any problems, because the dates are already given on 31st May for June and July. Let's see how exactly June and July will unfold. In June, from 5th to 13th, we are going to New Zealand. The house is full. Everyone, almost like 50 participants are going. Around 20 members have enrolled for it. So this is already planned and targeted and done. After that, we come back on 14th. Once we are back on 14th, on June 15th, you already have seen the circulars on no silent risk. That is about AML and anti-money laundering. You have seen cases increasing of fines on AML. We are doing an event to let us understand what you can do better and ensure that fines are not hitting our members as a chartered accountant. Because if you get a fine, our reputation also goes away, our together reputation goes away. I don't want to see any of the CA members going there. That's why we'll do AML on 15th, and we'll ensure that, yes, we know what exactly in AML compliance we need to do. Followed by 19th and 20th, Power BI learning. This is again continuous of the sessions which we did in May. 2 sessions we did in May. Now on 19th and 20th, we'll continue that learning, and that has been arranged by Dixit. Dixit, can you stand up, please? Give a round of applause because he arranged for the sessions. This is an online virtual session. This year, we will not only learn from the podium, we'll learn from our houses, from our couches, we can learn. And this is one of the initiatives on 19th and 20th. Followed by this, on 21st, I promised you art of science and valuations. My apology, I'm not doing that. This is going out, but we are doing International Yoga Day because 21st is actually a yoga day. So you will see something on International Yoga Day. We have arranged for medical camps for you. We have arranged for yoga trainers for you. We have arranged for a diabetic doctor to talk to you, what exactly the nutrition should be. We have arranged for a stress reliever for you who will tell you how to release your stress, because stress is something which is continuously increasing with every human being in work pressure. So one doctor will talk about how to relieve the stress in this environment. So that is coming on your way on June 21st, followed by, we are not resting. For almost half of the calendar is gone for June. And on 20th, we will have sports day. Everyone is saying, where is our sports day? So here, my dear friends, on June 24th, 28th, sports tournament, cricket and table tennis will be played. Form will be out soon, and please enroll for that and enjoy cricket and sports. Followed with this, June 29th, because 1st July is our CA day, right? So we will celebrate over weekend. On 29th of June, we will do a blood donation camp, the way we do it every year, as well as tree plantation, the way we do it every year. That's your June calendar. And if you think this is too tight, I think you should clap for my committee, because they are the one who is arranging for it, right? This is actually a very tight calendar, but they are going for it because they want you to learn. They want you continue to learn and enjoy as well in the chapter. This is June. Let me give you July as well in advance. In July, what we are doing, obviously, June is starting 29 June. Actual event on CA Day will take place on 5th of July. That is CA Day celebration, where we together will celebrate CA. Because ये दो लेटर ने हमको बहुत कुछ दिया है, तो एक बार तो उसका celebration बनता है. That's why we'll do July 5th, that celebration. Followed with July 9th, we will do a session. Again, it's a virtual session. E-invoicing in UAE. Time to prepare. E-invoicing will be live soon. It's a knocking on our doors. I don't want my members to struggle with it. That's why we will do an online session. Can Sanjay stand up, please? Sanjay, you arrange for it. Give him a round of applause for arranging that session. It's an online session again. Thank you, Sanjay, for arranging that one. Moving on, again, on July 12th and 13th, as I promised, we'll do a job carnival. And for that, I am looking for employers who wants to recruit chartered accountants. Please enroll with us. And as employee, if you're looking for a job, if you're actually in need of job, then July 12th and 13th, we are trying to do first time in the chapter job carnival for our members. So that is July 12th and 13th. Followed with July 17th, asset valuations and impairment under IFRS impact. It's arranged again online, virtually, and arranged by Balram. Balram, can you stand, please? Give a round of applause for Balram for arranging a session on impairment. Why it is important? Corporate tax, brothers, is a reality now. If corporate tax is a reality, we should learn about it, and that is why you will see a session on asset valuations and impairment. Followed with July 19th, again a sports tournament, but this time we'll cover badminton, chess, and maybe we are trying to cover swimming for our members' son, daughters, so that they can participate there. So July 19th is the target for that. And last but not the least, for the month of July, is July 26th, which is rule-based learning on Pillar 2. Pillar 2 is also a reality, right? It is coming our way. Rule-based Pillar 2. And can I request Ashna and Sanjay to stand up? They are the people who are arranging for it, but this will be not an online session. This will be a physical sessions. Somewhere we'll sit like this and do it. So this is the calendar, my dear friends. Please take a picture if you want. This is what we are trying to do in the month of June and July. Hope you will learn something good and take home something new during these 2 months. Chaliye, moving on to CP, the last one which I need to cover is, there is emails coming to you from India CP, ICI CP. And as our chapter, it is also our role to tell you, other than this event, that what exactly those CP is, what exactly those mail means to you, because we hardly get time. We want to know it faster. So that's why I am telling you what exactly that mails, because I've seen few mails coming on my way where that was asked, what is the relevant of it, what exactly chapter is doing. So let's see what exactly CP says. CP says, it's a yearly compliance. That is, in 2024, from January to December, you have to comply. It's not your wish that you want April to March, because as Indians, we are habituated to April to March. They said, no, we are looking at year, calendar year. That is January to December. Every year, January to December. 24, January to December. 25, January to December. Okay, then what exactly you have to do? In these 1 year, every year, you have to comply. You have to comply and get 20 CP hours. That is at least, minimum. This is minimum you have to take. Jay, I know about it. I tell you one more thing, which I have seen for last 7 years, every time. It can be a structured and unstructured learning. What is structured? The way we do it. We organize the theme for you. You come down here. We take your registrations. We'll go through the rigorous effort of learning in the next 3 hours. That is called structured learning. What is unstructured, Jay? Unstructured is you sit at your home, you open your laptop, you go through a video on impairment. That is unstructured learning. That is self-assessment. You are telling to ICI India that yes, I did my learning, self-study, 2 hours on this topic. They don't need a chapter there. That is called unstructured. So Jay, you are saying, can we do unstructured? Yes, you can do, sir. But आज की life में इतनी मशक्कत हो गई, किसको याद रखना है? When chapter can give you 47 hours in 2 months, why don't you enroll for a chapter and take the structured learning? That's my request. But yes, it is open for unstructured learning as well. Jay, 20 CP hours is fine. Unstructured, do we have a time? Yes, sir. And this is where the notification which you are seeing in your email is coming. Actually, if you're doing an unstructured learning, assume for 2024, you have to file your CPE by 31st December 2024 itself. If you are applying for unstructured learning by 31st December, you should have filed by 31st December. That is the last day from ICI. What mail you are getting, they said, okay, we understand your pain. We are extending the date, and now you can file till 31st of May. That is today is the last day for filing unstructured. Jay, why unstructured? If you are not completing 20 hours. Jay, I already completed 20 hours. Nothing to do. Enjoy. You have already complied for 24. We are talking about 24 right now, my dear friends. In 2024, any of the members from January to December did not complete 20 hours, structured or unstructured, can still apply as on last day today to show CPE hours of 20. Jay, everyone has to comply? No, there are certain exclusions as well. What are the exclusions? These people are excluded. First year of membership. I qualified in the month of September or October or November. How can I comply it? You are exempted. For the first year, we will not bother you. That is coming from CPE guidelines. Second, any female member who is going through his pregnancy period, yes, she is exempted. She will not require to comply with 20 CPE hours. Jay, anyone else? Yes. Members who, many of my seniors are sitting here for you, a relaxation. Anyone who is aged 60, does not hold a COP, Certificate of Practice from India, yes, you are exempted. You are not required to comply. You can enjoy with your friends, discuss, do networking, but CPE hours is free for you. Last one. Entrepreneurs who is not into practice, who is into business, completely into business, they are also exempted there. But they have to file their correct structure or activities which they are doing right now. They are exempted. Otherwise, all of us, if we want that's 2 letters in front of our name, CA, please ensure 20 CP hours, structured or unstructured, you have to comply. Also for 2024. Also for 2024. Jay, if I don't comply, what will happen? If you don't comply, this will happen. You are given 6 months, that is till June, this year, June. You have to complete twice the hours. What does that mean? Sir, 20 hours, I completed 15 hours only. 5 hours are left. I have not completed 5 hours. Sir, in this year, complete 10 hours first. That will go in that 2024. And then your journey of 2025 will start. That is what it means. By June, complete double the remaining hours. If you left with 5, complete 10. And then 2024, you are complied. And then you can move on. Jay, I don't have time till June. I am busy with returns and everything. No problem. They will mark you as non-compliant and give you another 6 months to do it. That is by December. They will just mark you non-compliant, giving you 6 more months to complete it. Which year? 2024. I am sitting in 2025. June, I am not able to do it. Till 31st December, my dear friends, please complete it. Jay, you don't understand. This is first city return. I cannot complete at all. I don't have time. Okay, no problem. 1 more year is given to you, that is next year. If you don't do it, then it will go to disciplinary directors and maybe your name is cut out from the register. If you are looking for good standing certificate for any reason whatsoever, then you will not be getting it. That is what the non-compliance for you guys are. Because one important statement, as a as a member who is residing abroad, you are not required to hold, or you should not hold a certificate of practice. That is the mandate from India. So that is why we are considering that if you don't comply, you are in problem. So that's it. Now back to the event. Now let's understand what we are covering today. For today, we have an extraordinary lineup. And when I am speaking it was lovely to see Sonam sir walking in. Can I have a round of applause for Mr. Sonam, traveling all the way to Ladakh, to Dubai, for all of us. And I tell you one more thing, when he landed, his throat was not good. Because that was winters there, he was under cold. Here it was completely hot weather. By the time he landed, he was not able to speak to me. I thought he is angry with me, but actually his throat was not supporting him. So thank you very much, sir. Hope you are good and hope you are well. I'm looking forward to, for your speech. Moving on, from trailblazing Sonam Wangchuk to carbon-conscious leader like Santanu Sarma will be taking the podium today. A powerhouse panel featuring Mr. Ashish Gokhale, Dr. Samula Khan, and Mr. Faris Syed, all moderated by our own active member, CA Rajesh Malgani. You will see it in the letter day today. And let's not forget, our sustainable savvy quiz master Karuna Luthar, ready to make sustainability not just smart but fun. For this, please do not forget to download Kahoot on your mobiles, because when we'll play quiz, you will need that Kahoot application. Do ensure you're downloading that on your mobile so that you can play along with us. Rajesh ji, I did not mention your name. Why I did not mention it? Because when Mandir is created, na, शिखर पे जब झंडा लहराता है वो लास्ट में लहराता है. That is why I say Mr. Rajesh ji is our chief guest for today, and he advocates something which resonates with me. What he says, it's much easier to fix the planet than to ruin it. It's much easier to fix the planet than to ruin it, and it resonates with me. Together we can fix the planet for our future generation, because the future depends on what we do today. Let us not wait for the change. Let us become the change for ourselves, for our children, and for every generation yet to come. Time to jump into the event, but I will fail in my duties if I fail to thank one managing committee which is standing by me. It is because of their hard work and commitment this event is seeing the light of the day. Can I have a round of applause for my committee members, because they are the ones who does everything. I only stand on the podium and says it. A louder applause can give them courage, because they are really, really down. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks a lot. And let the event begin.
Thank you so much, Chairman C.A. Jayaprakash Agarwal, for insightful about the CP hours that were really important for the members. And yes, for sharing the calendar ahead for the month of June and July. And yes, for setting the tone so meaningfully and reminding us all why the sustainability must become the lens through which we see every decision, every initiative. And after setting the stage with the theme and vision by our chairman, it's time to hear from a leader who is not only redefining the role of finance in business, but also setting a benchmark in sustainability across the region. Yes, I'm talking about the chief guest of today's event, Mr. Rajesh Garg, is the Group CFO and Chief Sustainability Officer of the Landmark, a visionary who believes it's easier to fix the planet than ruin it, just said by our chairman. His experience across the global giants and his drive for the circular economy practices makes him the perfect voice for this evening. And to formally introduce, I would like to invite our very dynamic Vice Chairman, C.A. Rishi Chawla, on the stage. Can I have a huge round of applause for our Vice Chairman, C.A. Rishi Chawla, please? Over to you, Rishi.
इतने डायनेमिक चेयरमैन हमारे गए हैं तो सर लाउडर होना चाहिए फॉर द आईसीआई दुबई चैप्टर. लेट्स हियर इट फॉर इट. एंड थैंक यू चेयरमैन साहब. व्हाट अ प्रेजेंटेशन आई मस्ट से. And the way you have gone through the event, I was just remembering my CA days. You know, that index was all with a lot of subjects. So thank you for that. That's so lovely. All right, so before I start, I'd like you all to go to a little bit of imagination. Think about the days when you were walking in the green fields, the shade of all tree on a sunny afternoon, and the pure surroundings of beautiful green trees around you. That was the time I was thinking, that was the time we have actually taken as given. You know, this is like being provided to us, and this is, we are born to live in that kind of environment, and which is true. But we never thought that the time will change so much. We are now living in a time where glaciers are melting faster than we can imagine. Summers are getting longer, hotter, and harsher. And even the UN Secretary General said the era of global warming has ended. The era of global warming has ended. The era of global boiling has started. So that is the extent to which this warming is taking us to. And that's not just a headline, it's actually a wake-up call. Every decision we take matters. Whether we pick up a plastic bottle to drink water, or we pick up an extra tissue to wipe us. Every small print, we take an extra print. It's all adding one by one to this boiling which we are seeing now. And today's session specifically, I'd like to request everyone to consider this day as a day of learning. So pick up at least 2 learnings which we should go, I'm personally looking into it, which I should go back and implement in my day-to-day life, because every small step adds up to a greener planet. So with that, I think today's event is a very good event which has been structured right in the middle of the June when the sun is getting hotter and hotter. We can always add something to the greener planet in this world. And I must say that it grows when it leads by bold visionaries and who just don't talk sustainability, they are embedded into the very DNA of their organizations. And that brings me to our chief guest this evening, a leader who is walking this path with clarity and purpose, Mr. Rajesh Garg, Group CFO and Chief Sustainability Officer of Landmark Group. Can we have a big round of applause for such a great personality being among us? At Landmark, Mr. Garg is leading a transformation that's not just about scale, but about responsibility. It's about driving change across sustainable product innovation, greener supply chain, and smarter, more conscious consumer journeys. With over 25 years of experience across companies like GE, P&G, Cadbury, Tesco, and Cipla, and a professional footprint spanning 5 continents, his leadership blends deep financial insight with a strong belief in sustainability as a long-term growth driver. As an engineer by training and an MBA from Manchester Business School and Chicago Booth School of Business, Mr. Garg believes in using technology like AI, RPA, and blockchain, not just for efficiency, but for good. His belief system is engraved in his saying, as our chairman also just mentioned, it's much easier to fix the planet than to ruin it. That single line itself says about his belief system. So with that, I'd like to request Mr. Garg to please join me on the stage. Can we have a big round of applause as he walks onto the stage and join and share a few words with us? Thank you.
Wow, this is, I never expected. It's big. This is amazing to be at what I believe is the biggest CA institute. So I learned that today. I've lived in many countries and all, but this definitely, I think, sets the standard. So yes, I do lead sustainability in Landmark. I've changed my title. Rather than saying finance, I first say sustainability, because sustainability is of 2 types, financial and planetary. And what is perhaps of most use for all of you is you all can play a very big role in this. Because I'm often asked, why is the CFO also the Chief Sustainability Officer? Actually, for me, it's like, well, that's the most logical place. And I'll tell you why. Because many of you could also be playing a key role in it. 3 big reasons. One is, sustainability is not about a small department or being in a corner of a company. Sustainability has to be the whole enterprise, which means somebody who touches the entire enterprise, which is the function or department other than the CEO who touches the whole company. Finance, right? Right from procurement, manufacturing, marketing, sales, front, overall. So there's no doubt that one function, and many of you are kind of touching the whole company. That is first reason. Second reason is this is all about numbers. This is not a nice to do thing. It was in the past, but as you're seeing, as regulation comes in, companies get more serious. This is about authentic, reliable, unbiased, real numbers, real change happening, numbers. And I am a very strong believer that in maybe 10 years, carbon statements will be more important than financial statements. So obviously, you guys are in the pole position to do it, because that's what we all do all the time about numbers. The third reason is, this is an expensive transition. So when I was talking about this in the boardroom, they obviously threw this monkey at my back. Not a monkey, I'm really happy about it, saying, okay, you fund it, you find the money to do this transition. So again, Finance is best positioned to find money because, trust me, this is not CSR. And I have kept CSR, I've pushed it away. I have said, if CSR is sustainability, it will fail. I love CSR, I love and I would love, we do all of that. But CSR is at the fringes of an organization. This is about a complete enterprise transition if you want to do a serious change. So I will share with you some slides. Hopefully it will help me, I can talk here for days and months, but we've chosen some few slides. The most important thing is really understanding where is your footprint? What is the impact of your company and your operations? And that's the biggest challenge. There's a complete lack of awareness. Most companies don't know what is their footprint, or in real sense. And imagine you're trying to manage the costs or the revenues, but not knowing what is driving cost or what is driving revenue. In the end, you'll create a set of statements or financials or numbers or MIS, which is really not reflection of reality. So that's what we set out. We went at a ground zero level. Now we have been practicing zero-based budgeting, zero-based costing, and kind of going from first principles basis. So that really helped us frame a framework which is holistic and exhaustive. And in very simple terms, it is you move from the top left to right and then back down. On the left is sustainable products. Everything, now it could be services. If you're a CA firm, a law firm, or a bank, it could be sustainable products and services, which includes for us the design, the entire manufacturing, the choice of raw materials, and you'll see some more details on it. And then you have sustainable operation. So everything we do about the product, how we get it, how we transport it, how we store it. And then finally, it is sustainable customer journeys. And what I mean is how the customer interacts with your product or service from once they buy it, they use it, and then after they use, what do they do with it? That completes the whole cycle. So if you go into the details of it, I don't want to, this is a complex chart, and beneath it is a pyramid of a mountain of data. And this was our biggest kind of first step to understand where is the footprint. And as you see, at the top is the raw materials, which is 37%. Then you have logistics, yarn formation. I mean, I've used the example of in here of apparel. We are into other categories as well, but you can find the equivalents. So 31% is in the logistics, yarn, the conversion, the manufacturing, and then the inbound logistics, and then the production of the final product. So almost 68% is in the product itself. And then you've got freight, warehousing, logistics, store operations, 11%. And then the final bit on the top left you see is the consumer, how you use, how many times you wear a piece of clothing, what do you do with the sofa set after you buy it from us, use it for 4 years, and then what do you do with it? In UAE, 240,000 tons of apparel is thrown in the landfill every year. 240,000. Globally, every second, 1 truckload of fashion is going in landfill. 1 container every second. And at the current growth rates, it will become 3 containers every second by 2035. If we don't change and if we don't shift, imagine what we are doing. For the furniture you're all buying, if we just load up all the furniture that's being thrown in the dustbin or in trash, and you pile it up, I'm talking global numbers, we can go to the moon and come back twice. Twice. Imagine what we are doing, right? A lot of the materials that you wear, the shoes and all, they won't decompose for 1,000 years. A lot of products, materials are being used. We don't know how long it will take because we can't simulate how long will it take to decompose them. So it's a big crisis, right? And we took this head on because we are, human beings are not going to stop buying things. We are not going to stop innovating. We're not going to stop growing. So what do? You have to become far more sustainable. And that's what the whole fundamental change that we've done. We have actually published it will be going public soon, our second sustainability report. But we are probably amongst the few who've done Scope 1, Scope 2, Scope 3. And we have reported it, we've got it audited by KPMG. And we're very pleased that they almost were so complimentary. The whole global team and all was also very keen, very happy, because I feel they've learned a lot as well, because even the best of companies are not doing. For example, what you see on the top right-hand side, 15,000 product types. So this one trouser is one product type, and then it becomes into many. One cotton, 100% cotton trouser is one product type. And then imagine we have more than 1 million SKUs. So we did the life cycle analysis of each of these 15,000 products to understand from when the cotton is grown to a naphtha is cracked to make polyester, or a wood tree is cut down, to then how it moves through the entire manufacturing down to our stores, into your houses, what is the life, and then what do you do with it. And that kind of depth is the effort that is required to understand for a company like ours. I mean, we use 50,000 tons of cotton every year. Before switching to paper bags and reusable bags and all, we were using 5,000 tons of plastic bags every year. 5,000 tons, imagine. I mean, the impact that a company like ours, okay, we are not Walmart, by the way, but in the region we're quite big. The impact of large companies is so huge that actually if large companies, big brands, take steps, they can make a big impact on the environment. So I'm going to share a short video which will talk the whole journey we've taken. I think it will work. Video has got stuck. Okay, fine. So that kind of hopefully gives you a glimpse. I think the key to realize is you've all seen value chains before, right? You know those things, arrow kind of chevrons going from kind of left to right? And it says you start here, raw materials or manufacturing. And I think the big aha moment for me now or for us has been that it's actually now we need to draw them in a circle. And that's the big shift. It's all about circularity. I just gave you some statistics of just our industry, right? The fashion and industry, which is in the top 5 most polluting industries in the world. And imagine all what we're doing is just taking resources from the planet, whether it's growing cotton or extracting polyester or cutting wood or whatever, and just consuming it and just dumping it, right? And the pace of how we are consuming, and now you've got Chinese companies who are selling at prices where it's now instant fashion. You wear it for one evening and you throw it. So this just cannot continue. This linear economy of take, make, waste is not sustainable. We have to go into the circular economy of take less, make with less, and remake or do something. And that's what we've done. I'll just share with you in a minute on that. But before that, I'm not going to go into these, but we've got initiatives, as you saw in that whole thing. We work with 10,000 plus suppliers, pushing them. We've got third party, the world's best ESG audit firm with 4,000 ESG auditors has been retained by us. I mean, it took us a year to find who is really doing their job. So now they have auditors in almost all our manufacturing locations. And we've got a platform on which all our suppliers are being loaded up. It's a journey. All their certificates, everything is being vetted, and then based on impact and the scale of what they mean to us, and also the risk, right? I mean, there are cities in the world, in China, India, and all, where there are risks across all elements of ESG, not just environment. Child labor and dumping hazardous chemicals in the water. It's all being now going to be audited, right? And that's how we are migrating. We have signed up to the zero hazardous chemicals protocols, right? As you saw earlier, we are the largest and the region's first and largest users of better cotton, which is far less environmentally damaging. Also, the right wages have to be paid, right? For leather products, we are moving to the leather working group products and factories that are certified. If a factory doesn't recycle their water, we don't buy from them. You saw some of those videos, the video got slow a bit. The amount of water that gets damaged in the dyes and chemicals used in all the clothes you wear is huge. But doesn't mean you stop wearing it, but you work with companies who can recycle it. And then there is zero hazardous waste being discharged, right? So you see the top left is a lot of our brands. And this is very interesting. These are value brands. People think about, Louis Vuitton, and they have their fancy certificates and statements about sustainability. But remember, Mother Earth doesn't distinguish between a $5,000 Hermes bag and a $50 Splash bag or a lifestyle bag from us, right? The amount of material and the impact of the weight is the same. So they make very few, but if we don't fix it, the planet is not going to be saved by Louis Vuitton. But we can. So that's what we're doing. Now, the challenge is they have like 500% margin. We don't. But that's what makes it very interesting and challenging. If it's very easy to just, convert to materials, but you have nobody paying for it, how will it work, right? So you saw energy transition, logistics. We are moving all our home vehicles now have biofuels. We are putting in as much as we can do, what's available, and how do we fund this transition? So clearly that's a big challenge we are doing. We've also now I talked about circularity. So we've launched take-back programs across all our stores in UAE first, getting our customers to bring back old clothes, old linen, and take discount vouchers for the next purchase. And then what we're doing with it, we've opened the first factory, textile recycling factory in DWC. It's only 2,000 tons. I told you the country alone, UAE, wastes 240,000 tons. But we opened it as an inspiration for the industry, for the whole ecosystem to kind of move in this direction, right? And we've got huge, so basically we take old clothes, sort them out, remove all the zippers and the buttons and all. We have laser machines to check what is the material, segregate them, and then convert the cotton for sure, cotton rich, back into fiber, fiber shipped back to Asia. I mean, that's all happening now. And then remade into fabric and bring it back. Because that is the biggest achievement when you make it fully circular. So we are not, it's still starting to happen. But we're getting huge support. For example, we've negotiated for within the region containers at $5 per container instead of 500, because the companies also want to work with us. So Maersk, we're now talking to DP World. So we want to make sure that we are able to do all this and afford it. So this is the factory we put up. It was inaugurated by His Excellency Abdullah bin Tuq Al-Mari, the UAE Economy Minister, and Her Highness Sheikha Shama bint Sultan bin Al Nahyan Khalifa. And it was quite amazing. They held their UAE Circular Economy Council meeting on the factory floor as a signal to how to drive this thing, because they were so pleased. On Friday, when I wrote to His Excellency, the Minister of Economy at 2 p.m., by 4 p.m. his office had kind of connected, and Monday morning I was meeting him, and we're working with them on driving circularity, because that's what a leading brand needs to do. How do you drive an industry-wide change? So that's all I have. I hope it's been useful for you. And are there any questions? Or? Yeah. Okay. Happy to take questions later on. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Rajesh. Thank you so much for that powerful perspective. Please be on the stage for the next 2 minutes. Can I have a big round of applause for Mr. Rajesh Garg? And sir, after watching your video, I can say it's not every day that we get to learn from someone who combines the financial acumen with the deep environmental responsibility. So thank you so much, and that was truly inspiring. I would like to call upon our chairman, CA Jaiprakash Agarwal, vice chairman, CA Rishi Chawla, and along with that, CA Vijayji Somani on the stage to do the honor and present a memento to Mr. Rajesh Garg on behalf of the chapter and the members. Once again, thank you so much, Chairman, Vice Chairman, and Rajeshji Garg for his valuable insights and for reminding us how the corporate responsibilities can go hand in hand with the bold sustainability action. Now, coming up next, we dive deeper into the realm of the carbon accounting, a subject that may sound a technical, a bit fancy as well, and new, but it's becoming a central to how business operate, comply, and contribute to the planet. It's about understanding, measuring, and reducing the emission we create and aligning business goals with the climate goals. As sustainability evolves, carbon accounting is fast becoming the new profit and loss for the partner, for the planet. To introduce our next speaker, a passionate sustainability entrepreneur and a co-founder of CEO of Pro Zero Carbon, may I now invite on the stage our very vibrant treasurer, CA Ashna Mulgaonkar. Can I have a huge round of applause for CA Ashna?
Good evening. While in the UAE, the season is very busy. Everybody is helping each other to reduce and hit zero tax liability. Our next speaker is busy helping the planet hit zero carbon emissions. Yes, while we are figuring out how to save a few dirhams in our corporate tax filing, Shantanu Sharma is figuring out how to save, well, the climate. Let me kick off the scene. Each of us kept driving Sheikh Zayed Road, 43 degrees outside. Everybody was sweating by the time they came inside. ACs are at the full here. Imagine the scene here in the passage without an AC today. What do you feel? What does this reflect to you? Construction is at rampant. By the time we have spoken here, somebody has already launched another skyscraper here in Dubai. It's impressive. The skyline is rocking. But here's the carbon cost. The construction sector is one of the biggest contributors to greenhouse gas emission in the UAE, and most of us don't see it because it's not accounted in the trial balance. That's where Shantanu comes in. While we are reconciling books, he is reconciling buildings with sustainability. He's the co-founder and CEO of Pro Zero Carbon, and he's on a mission to help companies move from greenwashing to actual green action. He's like the ESG whisperer, except instead of just ticking boxes, he's reducing emissions, redesigning business models, and showing CEOs how to turn carbon reduction into competitive advantage. You know, he also once convinced a CFO that trees are appreciating asset. He's smiling there. Can any of us think this? Unless IFRS 16 came out, none of us thought trees could be an appreciating asset. So if you thought net zero was a line in an ESR report, Shantanu here's to prove it's actually a new bottom line. When we say the topic today, sustainability, blueprint for better tomorrow, let us not forget that the foundation has been laid today. If we delay today, then our kids tomorrow, 100 or 50 years down the line, I'm not sure what they will face. We are already facing 50 degrees here. Without taking much of your time, let us put our hands together for Mr. Shantanu Sharma.
Thank you so much, Sia Ashna. That was very kind of you, to say the least. Before I even start, I must thank ICAI Dubai, their committee, for inviting me here. CA Jay sir and CA Amit sir and Rajesh sir, who gave me this opportunity to interact with you on a topic which is very close to my heart, and I hope will help you understand what is this fancy term of carbon accounting and what it really means. I'm very glad that before me, Rajesh sir had a turn to speak, and he showcased, actually he took 20% of my presentation, and I'm very happy about it. But before I even get on to anything else, I just want to make sure all of you are accountants, right? You understand credit debit? I like to have a raise of hands as much as possible. We are going to talk a lot of credit debit over the next half an hour. So I'm next going to go to why Pro Zero Carbon? Why the name Pro Zero Carbon? So I'm one of the co-founders. My wife and I co-founded this company called Pro Zero Carbon because we thought that we, like all other dreamers, started out with a thought of let's do something sustainable. We'll build a business that will help other companies become sustainable, but we didn't know where to start. When we got to what the problems that the industry is facing, then we started getting to the on-ground realities of things. And that's where we said, hey, it's not impossible. Yes, it looks difficult, but our approach has to be pro-net zero. And that's why we went on to name ourselves Pro Zero Carbon, so that it brings out the effect that yes, it is something that can be done and can be achieved. Right? What we have been doing over the journey that we've had so far, we do a lot of awareness sessions in helping companies understand what sustainability means, what it means in terms of not just a social perspective which it has been considered over many years, but real business sense, what it means to organizations, companies, institutions, and individuals as well. We've been doing a lot of awareness sessions. I myself have written books on sustainability. I've taken 2 TED Talks on sustainability. And I and my wife, both of us, are very vocal supporters of what businesses can do to make this planet better. That being said, I first want to get into the real crux of it. And how many of you know the word sustainability? Anyone wants to venture a guess what it means? In simple terms, perfect. I'll just rephrase that a little bit. I'll say utilizing today's resources in a way that enough is left for the future. Fair enough? So what is sustainability and how does it differ from ESG and how does it differ from carbon accounting? I'm going to skip straight to that and tell you that there are 3 buckets that we need to understand. Sustainability is a larger concept, which means economic sustainability, social sustainability, environmental sustainability, which is represented as an ESG report. So ESG helps you understand how sustainable you are. Right? And the E part of it, 90% of the E part of ESG is covered by carbon accounting. So I just want to bring you into context about what we are going to talk about here. So sustainability is a larger concept. It is determined or explained through an ESG report. And E part of the ESG and somewhat S is covered by carbon accounting, which we are going to talk about. So what is carbon accounting? Actually, in UAE, carbon accounting is there for you to see every month. You can see it every month. How many of you have seen this? What is this? It's a Deva bill. Have you ever noticed this? This is basic carbon accounting. How are they doing it is the question. Right? The question is, they have been able to do carbon accounting based on your energy consumption. But the interesting fact is, how do they do it? And I won't get into definitions, but I will reiterate what the speaker before me said, that it's ultimately profit and loss. I'm not the expert, but you understand this much better than me. This is a simple credit debit statement, and I'll just tell you that the key aim is to remain on profit. Similarly, the key aim is to remain carbon negative. What does carbon negative mean? Credit in an income is where you are getting something as revenue, as top line. In carbon accounting, whenever you are producing emissions, that's considered a negative. So producing carbon emissions is one side of the balance. The other side is offsets. Offsets are things like trees. Offsets are something like recycling. Offsets are things which are related to renewables or modifying your processes which can be given out. Once you are able to balance both the sides, then you are able to say you are carbon neutral or net zero. That makes overall sense to you. I'll go into detail. But overall, this makes sense. Ultimately, it's a profit and loss statement for your emissions. Now, once you understand this, I'll give you 3 real-world examples on what the requirement for carbon accounting is. First example, real-life example of a manufacturer who was exporting to Europe. So this person is part of the supply chain of a larger European company, and they supply products to the European company. First thing they were asked, and they were about to lose business because this buyer was around 40% of their turnover. So this person asked them about, okay, can you give me a carbon footprint report? No idea. Can you give me a sustainability analysis of your company? How are you going to reduce emissions over a period of time? Not really clear about it. Have you done a product level LCA? Now, product level LCA is a very technical thing, and anybody who's attempted it will know that LCAs are not easy to do. But as a buyer who's based out in Europe, it's easy for you to ask, have you done this? Now, these are problem statements. What did they need to do? First, they need a detailed sustainability assessment. followed by a comprehensive assessment of their carbon footprint product-wise. I'll give an example of the company and tell you. So they produced mining equipment, which they gave out to a larger company. So mining equipment means everything from your hammers, bits, parts of mining equipment. So each product has its individual carbon footprint. Did they have it? Obviously not. So that buyer had actually given them an email saying that if you do not at least start monitoring, I can't do business with you. Real world example of why carbon accounting needs to be done. Will it impact all geographies? Yes. Another example is when competition becomes important, where a competitor is doing carbon accounting and you are not. So example that we have here is a developer who was not, maybe they were following green norms, but they had not documented it. They were about to lose business to a foreign MNC wanting to set up office in their company. So building certification was not available. The competition had a building management software in place, which was able to cater to what their energy consumption, waste generation, water consumption, procurement cycles, everything was in place for a competitor. They were unable to provide data on sustainability right from the construction up to operation of the building. Now here, there was a drive from the competitor, where you will start losing market share if you're not able to do carbon accounting in a simple format at least. Third example, a medium-sized IT company was asked about its e-waste management rules. E-waste is one of the biggest waste generated by not just IT companies, but all major companies. And if I today even ask you in this room, what do you think the emissions for an IT company are? What would it be? I mean, for a manufacturing company, you can understand. For a construction company, you can understand. But for an IT company, let's take an example of Apple. What do you think emissions for Apple are? Yes, data centers is one big emission factor that's there, but there's a lot of e-waste that is generated. Now that e-waste, if you're not able to manage and monitor over a period of time, there are repercussions related to not being able to manage waste. That started hitting one of the companies where there was a lack of clear data as to how much e-waste was generated in terms of tons of e-waste, how was it being managed, and who was managing it. And ultimately, if you throw away a phone, what actually happened to it? Three simple examples of how carbon accounting works. So in one case, it was a buyer. In another case, it was a competitor. And in a third case, it was probably a government mandate. But how is this relevant to this geography? How is it relevant to UAE? Very nice, all of these things are happening. But how is it relevant to where we are sitting right now? Have you heard of this? There was a COP28. How many of you heard of this, that this happened in UAE? Where was it held? Dubai only. Correct. So, Dubai, there was a COP event. People from all over the world came. They planned a couple of things, said that we'll do something about it. What do you think happened after that? Did anything happen beyond this? Any ideas? Do you know there is a UAE charter on sustainability? It is there on the government portal. There's a 2050 UAE charter, which highlights what you need to do, how will it be measured, why you should be doing it, and what will be the guidelines to measure. All part of what the government is trying to drive in the country. And trust me, it doesn't stop. Based on the COP28 and the UAE charter, what happened was something even more critical. An interesting development happened not a couple of weeks, almost a month back, is that you started having a UAE climate change law. Now, what the UAE climate change law says, briefly, is that companies registered in UAE need to get their carbon emissions mapped. Anybody above 5 million tons of carbon dioxide has to explain what they are going to do about it, and they have time for this. It's not that everything has to happen now. But the reason why it becomes important is, by June 28th, you have to register, which means you have to basically say, I have this much emissions. By May 30th of next year, you should have some sort of operational compliance that, okay, my emissions are high, but I'm doing XYZ action to solve it. And then you need to have a continuous improvement plan beyond that. All of this is in play. What happens if you do not do it? Just like CAJ mentioned about non-compliance for CPE hours, what happens if you don't comply? Right now, it starts with financial implications, financial penalties, but this is where it becomes important to understand what carbon accounting means, so that if you don't have to do it directly also, you know what it means, and you are able to at least guide the client on what is required from their end. So there's a question now. If, and it's an interesting hypothetical question to start out with, if each ton of emission had a cost, what would be the bill to your client's company? Let's assume if each ton of carbon dioxide was priced at 100 dirhams, as an example, how many millions do you think a company will be losing in a month? I'm not saying it is 100 dirhams, by the way, but how many millions will you be losing in a month? How much in a year? Do you think this is hypothetical? What if it happens in a week? Because as far as I understand, things here move very fast. And you will know this much better than me. I got to understand that corporate tax has recently been started, and another feedback that I've got, and you guys can absolutely castigate me for it, but what I understand is that we are still struggling with it. So if things happen really fast, then is it really hypothetical? If the government has moved from COP28 to a charter, to a law, how much time do you think it will take? Things got serious, right? So let's try to understand. And I'm going to hold on to this slide for a couple of minutes because I want you to really understand what scope 1, 2, and 3 means. Any idea, how many people understand in the room what is scope 1, 2, and 3? Of course, Rajesh sir knows what scope 1, 2, and 3 is. But how many people know what is scope 1 emission, scope 2 emission, scope 3 emission? Okay, some people know. That's great. That's great if you know. Of course, sir, you would know. I'll go very simple on this. Scope 1 emission is emission which is directly in your control. What is directly in your control? The fuel that you use to put in your boiler, if you're a pharmaceutical manufacturing company. Any fuel that is used for your direct operations, any direct emissions which are fully in your control are scope 1. Scope 2 is indirect yet direct emission. What does that mean? That means emission because of things you have purchased to maintain your operations. Things like electricity, steam, cooling, heating. All of that falls under scope 2. Very simply put, scope 1 are emissions because of your direct operations. Scope 2 are emissions which are because of purchased electricity. So for this hotel, whatever the electricity bill is for the month, that is their scope 2 electricity, conversion-wise. Everything else is scope 3. Everything from your procurement, your staff logistics, your investments, everything is part of scope 3. Your waste generation, everything is scope 3. Now, when we have this understanding of scope 1, 2, and 3, let me give you, again, 2 examples to understand. Let's look at automotive manufacturing and pharmaceutical. What would be scope 1 for an automotive and a pharmaceutical manufacturing is their process emissions. Just like I mentioned, in a process emission, what it means is, for an automotive manufacturer, it is manufacturing of the chassis. That means the electricity consumed. If we have robotic arms, they are directly involved. In a pharmaceutical manufacturing company, you have fuel that is burned to make the product. Those are direct emissions, which are part of your scope 1. Scope 2 is purchased electricity. In some cases, it may be heat. In some cases, it may be steam, HVAC, air conditioning, everything is scope 2. Scope 3 is then your purchased goods, all raw material purchase. So as an example, if I am a let's say I manufacture equipment. If I manufacture equipment, then steel is my raw material. So all procurement of steel becomes scope 3. All my waste generation is part of scope 3. All my employee transportation. So if we want to do, and in a situation, if we want to do a carbon monitoring or a carbon accounting for ICAI chapter of Dubai, each of us has traveled from home to here. Now the fuel that you burnt to come from your home till the venue and when you go back in the evening is counted as your scope 3, which is not in your direct control, but it still falls under your emissions. That defines scope 3 for you. All your business travel, if your employees are moving from country A to country B for a business trip, all falls under scope 3. Now these are just understandings as to what scopes are. Let me go slightly more deeper and ask you, which scope do you think is typically the highest for a company? 3? I heard 3 as the unanimous being highest. Scope 3 is usually, conservatively, 80% of a company's emissions. What it means is 80% of your emissions are not in your control only. What does that mean? That means 2 things. One is every company is a supplier to somebody. Correct? Am I right in saying that? That every company is supplying somebody, either the end consumer or another company? If you are supplying another company, you are scope 3. So your direct emissions are somebody's indirect emissions, which is why you are an important part of the chain. And you will also have somebody supplying to you, which is your scope 3. So again, taking on from the last speaker, everything moves in a circle. So you have to understand what part of it can be directly addressed and what part of it is difficult for you to find out, but is the largest portion of your emissions. How does it work practically? Practically, if we have to venture a guess, we may say that, if somebody has a, let's say, medical or an API manufacturing company. I'll take that example. For an API manufacturing company, I would imagine that my scope 1 and 2, I can still manage. I can change fuel, I can change the base product. But how will I change scope 3? That is where the challenge comes in, and that is where you have to start prioritizing. So not going into further detail on how you prioritize on it, but measuring carbon emissions, how it happens, is going to be the next 7 minutes or so. So we understood that, okay, overall there is sustainability. Sustainability is represented by ESG. ESG has an E component which is 90% covered by carbon accounting. Carbon accounting is ultimately a profit and loss statement of your emissions. Now, how do you calculate these emissions? How do you calculate the footprint is the crux of it. And everybody will tell you, you require data to calculate this footprint. So what is this data that you need to calculate? That is the heavy lifting thing that needs to happen. So the data is broadly, now this is a sheet that I am showcasing to you. This is from one of our clients. And if you notice on it, there are different elements, right? There is electricity, fuel used in operations, water, waste, raw material logistics, finished good logistics, biodiversity, spends, multiple other things that are counted. So it's a full drop down of month-wise data, year-wise, individual segments. All of this data is required on your electricity, energy consumption, water, waste, logistics, procurement, and logistics also is 3 types of logistics like I mentioned earlier. It's your staff travel, raw material transport, finished good transport. All of that falls under logistics. You can define the scope, but still it falls under all of that. And all your procurement, like CA Rishi mentioned earlier, even a piece of paper that you purchase falls under your procurement. So everything needs to be put into a data format. Now, once you put it into a data format, what happens? Then you get a clear understanding of what is happening. Right? You get an understanding of what is my highest emission source. Not scope-wise, but individually, what is my highest emission source? What is causing the most amount of problem inside scope 3 also, so that I can give a solution to the client. What you also get to understand are different analytics, energy-based analysis of which facility is the highest energy guzzler for you, what is causing the maximum problem, so that you can then try to address it. Emissions analysis of how your emissions have moved over a period of years or period of months, and then giving you actual solutions in terms of have you improved over a period of time, and that time can be defined. You want it real time or you want it year on year. Once you have data in place, then you're able to get analysis like this. Now with all this understanding, let me take some very clear examples and tell you what kind of data is required, so that you are able to then accurately understand this data leads to emission. Fair enough? So let's start with the real estate firm. Now the real estate firm, the kind of data that you require is what kind of construction material has been procured. What kind of cement, what kind of bricks, what kind of steel, what kind of concrete, all of that becomes part of your construction equipment. What is the fuel consumed during the construction? What kind of fuel has been consumed at that time, and what kind of fuel will be consumed later for operating the building as well. Staff travel, all your labor travel as well, and the contractor travel and subcontractors, everything is included in this. Electricity that will be provided to that building at a later point. And let's say I look at any developer today, the developer also has an office, right? So the electricity that is consumed for the administrative office is also part of the data that needs to be collected. Water that is consumed, both at the building facility and the office, and how much waste is generated. Let's look at another example. Now this was real estate. Another example would be a manufacturing company. Now I've clubbed all manufacturing under one bucket to make it simpler, but of course everyone has their own nuances. So a manufacturing company will have data related to their electricity bills, their fuel consumption, water consumption, how much waste they are generating, what are they doing with that waste. Logistics, including your raw material transport and your finished good logistics, your employee travel, and raw material procurement. All of that forms part of manufacturing data that can lead to emissions. The next example is a very interesting one. Why it is interesting is because who do you think are, if I have to ask you, the top 5 industries that cause emission, what would your guess be? Top 5 if you have to say. Manufacturing, construction, I've covered both. If you have to tell me 3 others. Oil, yes. Aviation. Mining. What about a mall? What about a mall? Hospitality. So a mall also has data points. Data points such as electricity consumption, fuel consumption, because they have gensets. When there is electricity, there is a power. I don't know if you have a power outages in UAE. I have a lot in India. But if you have power outages, then fuel used for the genset, water consumption, how much waste is being generated, how are the employees there of each of the shop coming and going to the mall, is all part of their emissions. How do employees travel? And importantly, does the mall have a green cover? Are there trees as part of the mall? Does the owner of the mall own a land which has trees? Can all of that be brought in together? Yes. So these are data points which are important for you to understand. So I hope clear so far. I'll definitely take questions at the end. I'll save time for it. But now that you know all this, what do you do? Ultimately, now you understand how carbon accounting works, what kind of data is required, what is required now. First step is to build data sets. Based on the industry, what data do I have to collect? Once you know what data to collect, then starting to collect data. How much data you want to collect? What we normally work with the clients that we have, we start with 5-year data, if 5-year data is available, because that gives you an understanding of what needs to be done. A lot of companies may or may not have 5-year data. So then that becomes the next part of the problem. But first, building what data sets are required, collecting the data. Once the data is collected, converting all data collected to carbon emissions to create a baseline. That right now, my carbon footprint is, let's say, 1,000 tons. Now, once I have 1,000 tons as my footprint, then I report. Start out with an internal report, which is not given out to the external stakeholder. You make an internal report, figure out whether it is good, bad, ugly, what you need to do, how you need to progress. Then you do a published report, the kind that Landmark Group is doing, that you have a published report which is audited properly. Then you set your goals, that I am at 1,000 tons right now. I want to come down to 300 tons over the next 10-year period, and then plot actions accordingly. Like I said, on-ground execution, and then monitoring whether you are going fast or slow. So the next steps, as far as I would leave you with, is build data sets in terms of what data needs to be collected, and then collecting that data actually is going to be the immediate next step for carbon accounting or assessing carbon footprint for a company. To summarize, environmental compliances are getting stronger and stronger across the globe, and there's no shying away from it. Sustainability is not just limited to a good to have or a CSR function. It is now becoming part of core business functionality. When that happens, you need to learn how it works, or you need to know, I need help now. Right? Knowing when to need help is also important. So some part of the work you will be able to do, and some part you will need assistance. So understanding when you need that. Over the years, what has happened is we've helped a lot of companies build inside teams who are able to do this. So what you need to do is understanding nuances. Now that we have worked with companies across industries, we know the nuances of each industry, which is why I was able to give you the example of a mall. Because that also has a carbon footprint, which will come under play at some point of time. So that is what needs to be done right now. I will leave with that summary, and I will leave you with one thought. We are moving fast, and you need to make yourself and your clients future ready. I'm going to stop there, and I think I have around 10 minutes if anybody has questions, and I'd love to answer any question, and I'm available here today in the entire evening. Very happy to interact. If there's anything I can help out with, I'll be very happy to. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Shantanu, for that. It was really, truly insightful and action-oriented. Can you please come this side for a couple of minutes? And you have made the carbon accounting not just understandable, but essential as well. And as you've shown us that how each of us can contribute the low carbon future and one responsible decision at a time. Now I request our chairman, CA Jaiprakash Agarwal, vice chairman, CA Rishi Chawla, and our treasurer who is matching with the theme of the sustainability today evening, CA Ashna, and along with CA May Fernandez on the stage to do the honors, please. And I would like to recognize the presence of my friend, the man with the golden heart, our title sponsor, the founder and the chairman of B&W. Please, CA Ankur Agarwal, please come on the stage to do the honor. Can I have a huge round of applause for the man with the golden heart, CA Ankur Agarwal. Thank you so much, ladies, CMA, Ashna, Ankur Bhai, Jai, Rishi, and of course our speaker Shantanu Sharma. And before we move into the next session or the next segment, I just want to share a small piece of the information. Want to announce that our principal sponsor, Tally, is going to give the MSME honors or awards for the year 2025. And you can nominate yourself or someone for the awards. And for the more information, you can visit their booth or the kiosk outside. And I also would like to request our technical team to please play the video of our principal sponsors, Tally. Yes, so you can nominate yourself or you're known for these awards. And after this deep dive into the carbon consciousness, it's time to shift the gears and put on our thinking caps in a slightly more playful way to bring some interactive energy and test your GQ. Any guesses what is GQ means? The green quotient. So we now have an engaging sustainability quiz lined up, and to formally introduce who is taking care for this session, passionate about the ESG as she is about empowering mind, I invite on the stage our ever enthusiastic committee member, CA Sanjay Gagrani. He's someone who brings, not only just the dedication, but whatever he does, the energy and the passion into it. So I would like to call CA Sanjay Gagrani to formally introduce CA Karuna Luthar ma'am.
As we gather today to explore the theme sustainability, the one phrase comes to my mind, which is in Sanskrit, Vasudev Kutumbakam. The word is one family. This profound idea in us talk about our relationship and inspiring us to create our own shared planet. But greatest threat to it is that someone else will do it, but think the small act combined by the millions of people and we Indians or billions of people can really make an impact on the world. But the spirit in the mind, let's get your budgets ready because it's time to meet the sustainability quiz master who is sharp with the number as with carbon footprint as well. Karuna Luthar, a chartered accountant by profession, a green warrior by passion. When she is not crunching the numbers, she is guiding companies how to make both their bottom lines and their communities healthier. But that's not all. Karuna is also a superhero for non-profit world. As a board member of India Club, she's also mentoring teenagers for climate change and community-driven projects. She's also a trustee of Eyesight India, working tirelessly to eliminate avoidable blindness to promote eye health for undeserved communities. So her unique blend of finance, social impact, community leadership, she's the perfect quiz master to challenge all of us now to how to make sustainability both serious business as well as serious fun. So let's give a warm welcome to the one and only CA Karuna Luthar. One secret about her, who has also experienced the Hyderabad fist treatment for asthma, a tradition practice that reminded us that sustainability also means respecting your diverse cultures and natural solution. Over to you, ma'am. Please come on the stage. Okay. Over to you.
Thank you, Sanjay. Well, yes. I can just open one bottle of water. Well, that was a very flattering introduction. Thank you, Sanjay. Before I start, which of us found those past two sessions fascinating? I did. Totally amazing. Can we get another round of applause, please? Before I go into this, let me just quickly explain how the structure. So what I'll do is briefly explain the rules of Kahoot, which is the online quiz. And then we'll do a quick, very quick sample quiz, just so everyone's sure on how to use it. And then finally, we'll get into the real deal, where you can win prizes and win hearts. So, in terms of the overall rules, I'll just explain those, and then we'll get into the trial run just to make sure everyone's comfortable. From the point of view of the process, Jay had mentioned about downloading Kahoot. Anyone who hasn't done that, we'll put up a QR code. So you can use that from the screens to download Kahoot. There will also be a PIN code. Okay, so we have a PIN code that has to be entered to get into the quiz, right? And then once you've entered the quiz, then you just put in your name. I'd suggest we put in a unique name, so if you do win the prizes, then you know who you are, right? After that, it's simple. We just press go, we get into the quiz. The important thing is that when we're showing the questions online, you will see the questions and the answers only online. So the answers will all have colors as well as geometrical shapes associated with them. All right, so what you see on your phone, which is what you have to use to answer, is the same colors and or the geometrical shapes. So you click on the right color to answer the question. Once you've answered the question, I'd like to just point out, once you press submit, then you can't change your answer. So once you press submit, it's going on to the next question. You can't change it. Just a couple of things here to remember. One is that I mentioned the PIN code. If it so happens that your phone goes to sleep, then you're going to need to enter that same PIN code again on the screen. One point I forgot to mention, when we were doing trials, with the QR code, some people can get in directly, or otherwise some need to enter the PIN code. So anyway, we've got both options. So I was saying that if you get locked out, please enter the PIN code. You'll have to press resume. You can't go back to the beginning. Right. Another very critical and important point is everyone, please stay wide awake. What's important during this session is speed as well as accuracy. So the winners are going to have to be those who come on top in terms of both aspects. Right, and then just to clarify that we will have, at the end, the winners being shown on screen. We'll also have a quick feedback session from all of you. And maybe if we have a minute or two, just look at some highlights. So we're going to be just ready to start now. As I said, the trial session first, so everyone can get into the practice round. So this is the brand slogans, brands we all know and love. QR codes are on the side screens also. You've got pieces of paper. For this one, if you want, write down the PIN if you like, just in case you get locked out. All right? Now, because this is just the trial round, I'm going to start. Trial round, everybody. How many slogans can you guess? So just to point out that it will close the question in two aspects, either if the time gets over or if everybody is answered. In the actual quiz, by the way, we have slightly longer time for one or two questions, but just to increase the tension as we go on, the time will also reduce. We've got 116 answers. I'm not sure if we have 116 people here or more. Maybe some people have to be faster on the trigger. Okay, so we do have some people winning. So you'll see your own scores on your phones also. McDonald's, our big favorite, fast food. Wonderful. From 116, we've gone to 127. As you saw over there, the correct answer is also ticked. So when you get to the real ESG quiz, you'll be able to see that if you so wish. Some of you must be on a good winning streak. Tech-savvy people, chartered accountants. All right, 123 there. Some people didn't answer, huh? I'd suggest that in the real quiz, even in this one, even if you don't know the answer, take a wild guess. You might strike lucky. This was a popular question, lots of responses, excellent. And so many have got it right. Gillette. Okay, we're getting a winner now. Coca-Cola. Not so many got this right. Open happiness is the right answer. Okay. Yeah, Ali Akbar in the lead. L'Oreal, now let's see. Trick question. Because you're worth it. Everyone knew that, huh? Great stuff. So here, Manish, Kshitij, and Ali Akbar. Yay! So there we go. Everybody's got this, right? We can start with the real one now. Sorry, Ali, Kshitij, Manish. Okay, everybody has their QR codes, etc., I'm sure. Remember to keep a track of that PIN code in case you need it. You may not. For this game, you will need it. Let me point that out. For this is a new PIN code from the one we use for the brand. Okay, PIN code, keep that, but you can use the same old QR code. Anybody needs the QR code? Hands up. Thank you. Lots of names coming on top speed. I like I'm the best. Somebody has got confidence. Dungeon Master. Ready to start? Anybody? I'm closing the QR code now. Okay. Still names are adding. Ready to start. I'm starting now, okay? Anybody still left? Put your hand up. Okay, now it's starting. There you go. 15 questions. Reduce the volume. Excellent. 178 answers. Remember, speed matters. So ESG supports financial stability. Okay. Second question. Remember to click the right color. Excellent. 108 people got that right. And 2 people thought diversity is not a useful concept. Okay. Renewable energy. I hope everyone's been listening to the past 2 presentations. $126 said lower carbon emissions, but lower number of competitors, different interesting answers. Okay, so where are we now? Rajesh G is now leading. Whammy, Sandra, you've all got your scores on your board. Remember, time matters. Everything we use comes from soya. Going faster now. 8 seconds left. All right. Got to be fast on the trigger now. 90% of soil will be degraded by 2050 unless we take action. Okay, Rajesh G is still leading. Excellent. We were just talking about reporting. Oops, time up. Some people lost out there, I think. All right, how many got all right? All of them correct. Not so many. Interesting. So yeah, Microsoft Word can also be used. Sanju has gone to the lead. Excellent. And he's got an answer streak. All of us who are IFRS experts. Got a long time for us. If you want to be strictly accurate, you can rethink before you press submit. Five, 6 more people going. One go. All right. Okay. So how many pressed climate related? Only 52 of us. Great, thank you, Jay, for this session. We do obviously want to have some things to learn. Who's winning now? Okay, Rajesh Somani. Excellent. Highest climber. Net zero, we were talking about it now. What does net zero mean? 5 seconds. Some of you might have missed answering, but yeah, many have got this correct. Some people have just said that 4 people say it's net zero increase in employee working hours. I wish. Is it still Rajesh? Wow, Rajesh, and 26 participants have reached streaks. True or false? Quickly now. Quickly. Excellent. Okay. We'll come to that later on now. For those 46 who said false. Now, Ash has taken over and Dr. Kanak is there. Excellent. One of our evaluators. Who's at risk from climate change? We've been talking about risks to people. Yes, all of the above. Some people have said not the homeless and destitute. Fine. Who's leading? Ash is still. Deepak Bhadra is coming back, making a comeback with 3 in a row. Lovely. 10th question of 15. Who likes chocolate here? Not too much time for the chocolate lovers. Yes, you don't have a confirmed source of raw material. Okay. So I'm very intrigued that 32 people have said that your bottom line is at risk if you do have committed staff members. And also, unfortunately, it's at risk if your board has a mix of 70% women. Right, too. Neetu's back in the game. Great stuff. Ash, Rajesh. 11. Some people still have some time to make up. Quickly. Yes. Okay, 15 think that smoking is not injurious to health or that they donate a lot of money. DVS, good for you making a comeback. And Ash, Rajesh, DB, all leading the show. Almost there now. So laggards are people on the bottom rung of ESG scores. Yes, lots of us got that correct. All of the above help with higher returns, as all of us as chartered accountants know. Tough round. 8 participants lost their streak. Oh dear. Last three questions, more on a personal level. What can I do? That was a bit of a trick, I know, but as I said, speed is of the essence. Yes, too short, but that's what it is. Now is Ash still there? He is, okay, excellent. 3 in a row, CA, Yugi. True or false? Another quick few seconds. Yeah. Nearly everyone got that in time. Last one, I think. Okay, again, we all got that correct. Wonderful. So shall we see now the winning? Sajid. Yay. DB. Ash. Runners up, Whammy and Rajesh Iyer. No, I'll just finish. We'll announce these names and do the prizes. Okay, now, before they chase me off, everyone, I'm going to ask for your feedback. 1 more minute of silence. I just want to make a couple of points, some fun and some not so fun facts that we've already spoken about. So soil is one of them. Soil, as we saw, 90% of topsoil can be eroded by 2050. At the same time, food requirement may go up by 52%. So the gap is increasing. Net zero, we're already at 1.2 degrees or probably more above the 1800s pre-industrial levels. 1.5 is the target. There's a lot to do. Otherwise, as Ashna was talking about, the effects of global warming. Meditation, why does it come up today? MOHAP, the Ministry of Health and Prevention, has meditation as one of its key requirements for well-being. Meditation is a critical aspect. The reason is that it seems the WHO says that every 40 seconds, someone in the world is committing suicide. What a heartbreaking statistic. Just to point out that there is a desk outside with volunteers from Isha Foundation who can help with employee well-being, with meditation app, as well as some details on saving soil, which may help yourselves, colleagues, families, children, anyone. Okay, back to the quiz. The one that we had about chocolate. Who likes chocolate? So next time you're eating Lindt chocolate, remember that they're doing a great job with their farmers and with reducing child labor. Just another quick couple of points. The one where we said that a cigarette manufacturer actually has a high ESG rating? Really weird, isn't it? It's not only cigarettes. There's a global soft drink company which also has the same sort of reaction, high ESG ratings. Why could that be? I think the reason is that assessors give different weightage to different things. Might be high on governance, might be high on the carbon accounting, but that's why even if a company is unhealthy for the world, it could still have good things going for it in terms of ratings. However, all is not lost. The finance world to the rescue as usual. IFRS S1 and S2 that we saw, they are setting standards that will help companies give us comparative results. When and if they become mandatory by regulators, we'll have a better idea. And I think, just to end, we've been talking about what we all can do. And one of my favorite quotes is about, you'd all have heard this one, about there being three kinds of people. People who make things happen, people who watch things happen, and people who wonder what on earth happened. When it comes to sustainability, as Jay said, for the sake of ourselves, our families, our children, and the generations who are going to come ahead, let us be amongst those who make things happen. Thank you. Session feedback. Okay. Participants, give your feedback now, and we'll show the feedback on the screen.
A quick feedback. Thank you so much, Karuna ma'am, for that lively and enlightening quiz sessions. I know the learning about the sustainability could be this fun. So I quickly request all the winners to come on the podium. SG, because the names you put in the different way, so it's difficult for me. So you could see your three names on the top three scorers. Can you please come on the podium to collect your gifts? SG, DB, Sajid. Who's DB? DB, you? No? Can I get all the winners in the line so we can have a good photo, please? All the winners in the line so we can get a good photo. Thank you so much. And now I quickly request to Karuna ma'am to be on the stage, and we want to present a memento on behalf of the members and the committee. Thank you, Chairman, Vice Chairman, Sanjay Bhai, and Karuna ma'am. Technical team, please, can you move this system? Thank you once again, ma'am. That was really fun and energizing to the audience. So after an engaging round of the learning and the laughter, we now turn to what promises to be the most dynamic part of the evening, our panel discussion. And we have gathered a stellar group of the sustainability frontrunners who are walking the talk when it comes to the impactful change. The discussion will bring together perspective from the green finance, net zero cities, clean tech, and practical ESG transformation. And to steer these powerful conversations, we have with us a seasoned professional who brings over the 2 decades of banking and risk management expertise and is now leading the charge in the sustainable finance. Please welcome our moderator for the panel, CA Rajesh Malghani, on the stage. He is a head of credit review and analysis at the National Bank of Umalquin. A chartered accountant and FRM by qualification, CA Rajesh brings with him over 25 of years experience across leading bank in the region. From corporate credit to the counterpart risk, he has navigated the entire spectrum of financial stewardship, and is now transitioning into the arena of sustainable finance with the same precision and foresight. And to introduce the remaining our three stalwart panelists, I will now call upon the stage the three stalwart of my managing committee, CA Dikshit Jain, CA Yuga Murthy, and CA Vijay Mohan, to formally introduce the three stalwart of the panel discussions. So I would like to call upon CA Dikshit Jain on the stage to formally introduce our first panelist. I'm not hearing anything. Can I have a huge round of applause for the Dikshit Jain?
Good evening, everyone. Can I have your minute, please? We are talking about sustainability today, a word which is very, very close to me, because the word itself, if you break it down, it means a lot to all of us. Sustainability, if you break it down, it means you are able to sustain. So that is something we all need to adapt. That is something we all need to, this is something which is required for all of us. When I was thinking about this introduction part of me, something came to my mind, that what does sustainability means? So there is a very beautiful shloka in Sanskrit language, which is again very close to me, which says like this: Sarve bhavanti sukhina, sarve santu niramyaha. Sarve bhavanti sukhina, sarve santu niramyaha, sarve bhadrani pashyantu, ma kashi dukam bhag bhed. Meaning, may all be happy, may all be free from the illness, may all see what is auspicious, may no one suffer. Now, why did I say that? Because the essence of the shlok means the harmony, means it is the core principle for health and well-being for everyone. The sustainability goes beyond environment. It seeks the balance and well-being for all the living beings and the future generations. With that, now as we are moving into the panel, it is my immense pleasure to introduce our own dear engineer Faris Saeed, who has been a pioneer in this industry. He is the CEO and founder of a company and the holding company called Sea, not the C1 which we see in the ocean, it is SEE, Sea Holdings. He also founded a company called Diamond Developers in 2003, and after what happened in 2008, he thought that we need to go towards the sustainable options. And that's how he created sustainable city kind of concept, which has been adopted by other Emirates also. He is passionate about the net zero concept. He wants to bring in so much for the society that the climate change doesn't affect the future generations. So he's working towards getting things better and better for futures. With that, I would like to call upon Mr. Faris Saeed with a huge round of applause from all of you. Thank you so much. And now I call upon my colleague Yuga Murthy to come over to introduce our next panelist. Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening. All are woke up or no? Still sleeping? Okay, welcome to the Sustainability Blueprint for Better Tomorrow, a topic that is not just for trending, but also truly transforming the way we think about the future. Today, it's time to introduce our panelist. Our second panelist is someone who makes sustainability sounds less like buzzword and more like solid business plan. Mr. Ashish Gokhale, the ESG Strategy Sustainable Finance Lead at National Bank of Fujairah. Ashish has spent years at top banks like Citi and Standard Chartered, proving that finance and sustainability can go hand in hand. Yes, even in the spreadsheets. These days, he is busy weaving the ESG principles into the DNA of banking strategy, marketing, and product design. Think of him as a sustainability whisperer for the finance world. He has spoken at global forums like ESG World Summit, mentors young professionals, and still finds time to write and speak on how to make the world and our balance sheet a little greener. Let's give a warm welcome to enthusiastic environmental advocate, socially responsible, green champion in charge of sustainability. With big round of applause. Now, our next panelist, Vijay Mogan, will introduce. Thank you.
Good evening. It's a pleasure to welcome our very special guest for today, Dr. Samiullah Khan, the Chief Sustainability Officer at Fakhruddin Holdings LLC. Mr. Khan is a highly respected leader with more than 30 years of experience working in different parts of the world, especially in the energy and automobile industries. Over the years, he has helped many companies grow by bringing smart, sustainable solutions that are good for both businesses and the planet. At Fakhruddin Holdings, he leads efforts to create greener, more energy-efficient systems. Whether it is managing energy in large buildings, using new ways to capture carbon, or designing hotels that are healthier for people and the environment, he is at the center of it all. Dr. Khan also supports startups working on climate change and sustainability through his role as a managing director of Yuka International. He believes mentoring the next generation of innovators who are building a better and cleaner world. He has studied most of the world's top universities like MIT, Harvard, Cambridge, and Delft. He is also known for combining deep technical knowledge with practical leadership. Dr. Khan's work focuses on things that really matters today: the climate action, energy efficiency, and creating a better future for all of us. Please join me in warmly welcome Dr. Samiullah Khan, a true change maker and an inspiration to anyone working for a more sustainable tomorrow. Please welcome Dr. Samiullah Khan.
Thank you.
Thank you. Everybody can hear me? Thank you, XCOM. It's been a pleasure that they gave opportunity on the very fantastic and subject which is close to all of us. Jay Prakash, Rishi, and Amit, and all the XCOM, thank you very much for giving us opportunity. I think after all the Sustainability Corporate, and we saw that quiz, which at least give basic knowledge to few people on the sustainability. Let's hear it from the experts now. So I welcome everybody, Mr. Faris, Mr. Khan, and Ashish. I mean, let's start, how have been your journey, personal or professional, on the sustainability? If you can highlight just, from your perspective, how you have got into it, briefly, that will really help. Over to you, Ashish, first.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for the chapter for inviting me. It reminds me when I went to, so by education, I am an engineer. And when I went into business school, I remember the days when the chartered accountants bullied me in the management accounting subject. So this is really a great forum for me to be here, to speaking to chartered accountants. I really fancy, so I really respect that a lot. And thank you for the prize in the quiz again, so I should not mention that. So just in terms of quickly, so I'm not, I don't have any background in sustainability. I've been a hardcore corporate banker, looking at balance sheets, credit analysis, and the relationship management. I'm sure you would have met a lot of bankers being on the other side. So to be honest, I never knew about this. For me, sustainability before I came into this was kind of, as Rajesh ji mentioned, CSR. Loosely, I always associated with the CSR. And after I came here, maybe it was just serendipity. While talking to my CEO, he mentioned this. I said, yeah, I would be interested. And that's how, without even knowing what it is, I came into it. And after that, quickly, I won't take much time. It's been a great learning because sometimes coming in from outside, it gives you a great opportunity to view at things from first principles, question a lot of things which are there. And the one thing which I have picked up in my journey in the last 3 years in this area, sustainability is, a lot of times we talk from a moral perspective, which has its own place, but there is genuine business value in sustainability. It is integrated with efficiency and a lot of other things. So we'll maybe discuss that later. So that's my key insight from it, that moral is one area why we should do it for the planet, but there are genuine business needs in that. So that's all. Thank you.
Khan sir, you have...
First, I'd like to really thank the association for inviting me here and having 3 engineers on the panel. Okay?
and asking them.
Yeah. And I'm actually privileged to be here. Probably this room today has the highest IQ concentration in UAE today, with all the chartered accountants here. My perspective is a little different, because I've actually moved over from the dark side. I was selling trucks and buses for 17 years, polluting the environment. And I was doing a terrific job at that. And in India, we believe in karma. Now what I'm doing is, I'm doing direct air carbon capture, and I'm removing the carbon dioxide which I've emitted into the air. And the beauty of engineers is that if you give us a problem, we will give you a solution. Whether you like it or not, we can give you a solution. And after 17 years with Tata, when I was looking at the different options which were available, I went back to the university and studied sustainability to solve a very unique challenge. The challenge was that I was made CEO of the World Islands, an island which is 4 kilometers into the sea, probably the most expensive real estate on the face of earth, without electricity and water. So I had to generate my own electricity and water. And one of the first person whom I got inspired, I'm so honored to have him next to me, Mr. Faris, because he's doing a phenomenal work with Sustainability City. So he was one of the inspirations which I got, and I started understanding and using the engineering skills acquired at MIT, Harvard, and Cambridge, learning and coming out with solutions. So today, I believe that we can solve the 1.5 degrees climate challenge, the soil problem. I heard ma'am so eloquently explain about the soil, that we are losing soil, and we need to feed a lot of people. Now, as an engineer, I know that you don't need soil. We do hydroponics. We grow hydroponics and we save water in a lesser space. We can grow more plants. Right now, I'm growing in a 22-story building, a hydroponic farm. Mr. Faris has it in Sustainability City. So you don't need soil for farming. Yes, I love soil. We call it Mother Earth because there is more life in a handful of soil than all the living things on earth. But it is not required for farming. So engineering solutions are there. And I hope that with this session, where you have engineers and chartered accountants together, we will able to solve the challenges of the world. Thank you.
Mr. Faris.
Thank you, Khan. Good evening. Thank you very much for inviting me here. I'm very honored to be here, in fact. Our story started like every real estate developers. We established a company, Diamond it was called at that time. In 2003, we had the second company in private sector, and we were doing normal building just like others, polluting just like others, till 2008 when the crisis hit. So we, overnight, it was like everything collapsed. I'm talking economically. So I started to think that we need to come up with something more sustainable than what we used to do. Something is can resist any economical even crisis. So this is when the idea was born, and I spent personally 4 years doing researches how to define sustainability, because this is the biggest issue till now, that everyone has his own understanding for sustainability. So we created a full ecosystem to define sustainability. First of all, we changed the name of the company. Instead of Diamond, we became C, which is Social, Environmental, Economic. And we built a DNA for each one of them. So we tried to be very perfectionist when we do a sustainable city. So I started personally because I'm civil engineer by profession. I started with the environmental part, in fact, where I defined like the main resources of emissions when it comes to environment, which is, we define it in a simple way as few PMW to be memorized, like food, energy, water, products, mobility, and waste. These are the resources of emissions. So we defined all of them, and we set targets to apply all of them in each development we do. Then we went back to the social. We defined everything related to social, from knowledge to well-being to arts, to sports, to safety, security, time management, everything you could think of. And we made sure that we are applying all of that in our sustainable city. Then the biggest challenge was that this is beautiful, but if it doesn't work economically, we will fail for sure. So we started our exercise to make sure that economically it's working. And we found out that when you start sustainability from scratch, it will work, and it's more feasible, in fact, than developing just like others. This is when we acquired the land, which we built this Fair Sustainable City as a pilot in 2012. We started construction in 2014, and by end of 2015, we had the first residents. After that, we went into partnerships with sovereign funds and governments. We are building now another 3, and we're expanding globally. We are having some sustainable cities in the United States, in Europe, in Oman, and hopefully everywhere in the world. Our ethos was that we need to build our own benchmarks. So at that time, when we looked into what's there in the market, like LEED and all the standards, without mentioning them all, we found that what we are trying to do is exceeding and much beyond what these guys are asking us to do. So we built our own standards, in fact, and we called it C rating. So we created our own rating system, which the main item in this is how to be net zero. That's it. We don't believe in silver, gold, platinum, all these things. We believe in one thing: how and when you can be net zero. That's it. And we have built 2 examples. The institute, which we have done in Sustainable City, is a net zero building by 2030. And our project in Oman is going to be the first net zero emission building by 2040. And by net zero, we mean upstream and downstream emissions. So we don't believe again in scope 1, 2, 3. We believe that you are responsible of every emission you do or you don't do. It's your responsibility. You can deal with your suppliers. You can ask them to be part of the solution, but you as an end user or a developer, you have to take the responsibility of all emissions included in everything you do during construction and on operation time. And we are achieving this in 2 big developments. Oman's one, it's 1.1 million square meter, and Sustainable City Sea Institute is the most sustainable building in the world. Thank you.
Fantastic. I think it's a good brief. Now, let me ask some specific question. Mr. Khan, you know that sustainability is a big scope, scope 1, scope 2, scope 3. Now, this requires to manage a lot of stakeholders, internally to the board, management, externally, you know, the whole suppliers, customers and all. So it's a big job, you know, and you are on top of that. So how do you, manage the whole thing, from a corporate point of view, if you can just brief, that as a...
So, it's an amazing question. And I saw that lovely presentation about scope 1, 2, and 3, and very informative. And while we are working on scope 1, 2, and trying to understand 3, they have already come up with scope 4. So scope 4 is already there, and we are talking about avoided emissions. But what I started doing as an engineer is that you have to make simple for people. You talk embodied carbon, operational carbon, end of life cycle carbon, scope 1, scope 2, scope 3, people get frozen. They don't know what to do. So you have to make life simple for them. You have to make it easy for them. And that's what I do with my team. I'll just give you an example. Now, we wanted to eliminate plastic bottles from our development. So what we did is initially we said that, and it's part of Sheikh Hamdan's program called Dubai Can. We sat with the universities, we collaborated with them, and we said, how do we create mindset change? And how do we highlight this to the people? And a very important part about sustainability is today triple bottom line. Harvard talks about triple bottom line big time, which means it should be good for the people, it should be good for the planet, and it should also be good for prosperity, pocket, or profit. And the third P becomes most important. And I'm going to give you a very simple example. You see, we were using water plastic bottles. Everybody was saying we want to eliminate plastic bottles, but it never got eliminated. Then in our development, what we did is, we brought a WWF report which says that when you drink water from plastic bottle, you're consuming 1 credit card worth of microplastics every week and 1 laptop every year. That is the amount of microplastics going into your body. And today, microplastics has been there in the liver. They are now finding it in the brain. It is there in the umbilical cord of newborn babies. So that is the impact which is having. Now, when you highlight this, it took me less than a week for eliminating the plastic bottles and moving into glass bottles. Now, what we have done is good for the people, good for the planet, but we also found that the cost of reusing the glass bottles was lesser than using the plastic bottle. So here is a perfect solution where you have an elimination of plastic bottle in line with the global agenda, in line with the national agenda. It is good for the people, it is good for the planet, and it also saves you money. Similarly, we have taken all these low-hanging fruits because there are so many of them. I can talk about water, I can talk about air, I can talk about waste. I mean, for me as an engineer, I say, how can you call it waste? Because what you don't need, somebody else needs. There is no waste in the world. And Einstein spoke about E is equal to mc squared, which is energy is equal to mass. Okay? Everything has mass. So it is energy. So you have waste to energy. And it can be recycled. You can move from linear economy to circular economy. What we did is we made it simple for people to understand. Leave all the bureaucratic jargons, leave all the slogans which we do, go back to the simple basics, explain to a layman, explain in a way your 8-year-old child can understand. Work with them. And that's how we treated at Fakhruddin, our staff. We spoke to them how they can be part of the movement. And once you do that, then you don't have to bring in regulations. You don't have to have compliance. We move beyond compliance because people are committed. And they are committed because it's good for them. It is good for their future generations. So that is the transformation which we would like to see in the world. And once you do that, scope 1, 2, 3, 4, even if you go up to 10, everything gets resolved because people are the key to our success. Collaboration is most important, and it should not be compliance. It should be something which they are willing to do, they love to do, because it is good for them.
And it was a good board support as well.
Absolutely.
Now, moving to the banker, Ashish, I remember in one of our seminar, you said, corporates are not even bankable. Forget sustainable, Now, we see one side, every bank has a big, nice, fantastic sustainability report every year they are publishing. Other side that shows that it is clearly that they have a very good risk appetite for the sustainable assets. Now, now there is a gap. Credit-wise, a customer may not be acceptable, but you like the sustainable assets to finance. So, as a banker, how do you cope up, from a sustainable assets, but not acceptable customers, whether it's a credit-wise or this one, so I just want to, know your thoughts on that. How do you cope up with that?
Thank you that this question. So just from a perspective of a bank, why is sustainability important for a bank? I mean, this is a question everybody might be thinking. All this, a lot of things have been said. Why is sustainability important for every business? So even for a bank, genuinely there is one area of sustainability as a risk. When we see as a bank, so for example, if I have my exposure into multiple industries, those industries are genuinely facing, because of the climate change, etc., are facing risks. For example, we saw floods last year, and there were a lot of properties which were submerged in water. Now, as a bank, if I have my mortgage on properties which were submerged in water, it's straight away a threat to my portfolio. It's a risk. So that if you are a real estate developer, for example, if you're developing a resort in an island, and now there is expectation that because of the climate change, water levels are going to rise. So would you factor in that risk? So this is not something about good to do. It is something must to do. So you have cyber risk, you have operational risk. Climate risk is a genuine risk which a bank and which even every business faces to some degree, whether depending, for example, if it's a real estate developer, might be it's high. If it's, for example, a utility provider, if you have, for example, cables. Now, can the cables withstand extreme heat temperatures which are foreseen later? So if not, would you have to change the cables? If yes, then does it require finance? So that is called adaptation finance. And who's going to give you that finance? Because coming back to your question, making a credit assessment of supposedly green initiatives is not as straightforward as we think in a traditional banking. And I come from a credit analysis. We see cash flows, how fast will the cash flows come, are the cash flows assigned to me, etc., etc.
And DSCR.
DSCR, your debt service, etc. In a green initiative, maybe for a long time, we might not see cash flows. It's difficult to associate cash flow to a benefit which we talk about. So how do you do that? And I agree, it's a challenge. So a lot of times you find banks may not be directly, the challenge which you face, it's a green company, but the credit doesn't stack up. Now, fortunately or unfortunately, just because it's green, it's difficult to dilute your credit standards unless you have a specific appetite for a specific product, or you are into that sector which is lending into green, and your the ability to assess that debt is catering to those initiatives. That is one. And the final point on this is, I'm not sure how many of you know greenwashing. So a lot of times we get clients who say we are doing this, we are doing that. Can we take green finance? Can we take social finance? Maybe we have donated some funds to a school, so maybe we should be classified as social finance. Now, as a bank, you might have read a lot of media reports. There are a lot of fines which banks have faced because they call their products green. And when today, anything you say, for example, you talk of EV, there is a debate whether EVs are green. So anything you say green, there is always the other side in this polarized world today, that it's not green. So as a bank, again, we have to be very careful. We have to use clear frameworks. There are standard taxonomies to really specify what can be called green, what cannot be called green, etc., etc. So that is also one risk we have to kind of really consider. I hope, I answered your question.
Yeah, fantastic. Next, Mr. Faris, looking at your background you gave, it's like you started journey almost like 20 years back in sustainability, where I think we were not even knew the spelling that by that time. So, one side there is an organization like yours, which is like a role model, as Mr. Khan also said, and there are some organizations where the journey is all not started on sustainability. So I feel there is a disparity, like a poor becomes more poor and rich becomes more richer. So there is a role model organization who are doing really genuinely sustainability, and some of the organization has not even started the journey. So how do you think with all these, the objective, Paris Agreement and all, how will we achieve with this parity where some of role model and other side there is, and very small organization and they have not done anything about it?
Unfortunately, this is the reality, what you just mentioned. We decided when we built the first sustainable city to keep it open to everyone. So we were hosting everyone, in fact. It was all developers were invited to come and see what we have done, just to copy it. One of the main concerns was for them that it's economically doesn't work. We were ready and we showed some of them how does it work, even financially it's working and it's profitable model for everyone, even our end users, they are enjoying less cost of operation and they are not paying any premium for the prices they buy, the units I mean. So our price is just like everyone else, but we save big money in fact in operation. So we try to educate them, we try to do whatever is needed, but I cannot understand this kind of resistance. Maybe they are happy with the model they are doing. So we went to the next step. When I established the C Institute, I packaged every knowledge we have made through in the last 15 years, in fact. And we made diplomas in sustainability, in fact. So we created like a diploma in food security, diploma in energy, water, waste, and built environment. So today our diplomas, which will be launched in September, it's gonna teach developers or architects how to build sustainable cities. And we did not stop there. We launched 2 months ago, because for us, sustainability became a past. So we launched the first AI city, where sustainability is given and perfected in a way where we can produce all of our food, all of our energy, all of our water, recycle all of our waste within the city. And all of our mobility is EV, electrical powered by renewable energy. So we perfected the model of sustainability, and now we are applying, integrating AI into every small detail of the sustainable city, from social to environmental to economics. So this is where are we. We hope everyone can come and learn, and we are offering, in fact, the know-how. And this, we believe, it's part of our responsibility, and that's everything we can do.
Fantastic. Now, the question to all, basically, that the long-term plans for the 2030, 2050 is there, So we are already behind the schedule for, on those targets, long-term targets. So to catch up this time, do you think there are some bold initiatives are required? If yes, what kind of will be there? Mr. Khan, you can start with that.
Okay, so we represent the built environment. The motto for this year for Green Building Council is, be bold in buildings. This is the motto. And we have had conferences and seminars where market leaders like Fakhruddin and Sustainable City have been sharing our success with all the other developers who are there openly. And we have a coalition where we are working. And we are actually very blessed to be in a city like Dubai, where the leadership and the government is taking the lead. And Dubai is known for committing and delivering stuff before commitment. I don't know if any of you read the newspaper a couple of weeks back. Dubai municipality announced that they are going to be shutting down all the landfills in Dubai. The original target date was 2030. They have revised the target date to 2027, 3 years before schedule. So we are very lucky that we are in such an environment where we have the opportunity to go and deliver stuff. And whatever Dubai is committing, if Dubai is committing that we are going to be net zero by 2050, I don't have an iota of doubt that we will achieve it before 2050. And what is happening is the entire industry is collaborating. They have just formed a ministry called Ministry of Dubai Environment and Climate Change Authority, DECA, where they are focusing on the communicating the best practices at the grassroots level, at the children level, at the university level, at the corporate level. Dubai municipality is taking a huge lead on this. They are putting all the experts together, and I'm very lucky to be part of these panels where we are discussing on how we are having a roadmap and how we are going to achieve what we have committed to achieve, not on time, but before time. And that is where people like Fakhruddin, what we are trying to do is we are working on stuff which are not normal. We are working on direct air carbon capture. We are working on geothermal energy. We are working on vertical axis wind turbine. So all these are 3D printed buildings. So all these are stuff in terms of engineering, which the government is supporting, and we are moving forward big time. And I'm very confident that we will be able to not only catch up, but achieve the net zero target before time. And this is what I had committed at COP27 in Egypt, where we had in Sharm el-Sheikh and also in Dubai. So the speed of work which is happening in Dubai, and in the government level, at the private sector level, is really phenomenal. And I'm happy to share these things with the community of chartered accountants, because it's very important for you to know what is happening at the background and how we are trying to solve these things in terms of engineers and engineering and government. Thank you.
Okay. Now, recently the climate law is passed, The companies earlier, they were taking sustainability too lightly or merely a compliance and all. Now with the law coming in, do you feel that this will transform the community entirely and the corporate as well as the bank? So Ashish, we want you to do it. How from non-bankable to you think that it will become sustainable?
I think there was a nice presentation on the climate law, which is in fact effective May 30th.
Yes,
we have yesterday. So I have seen the climate law. In essence, companies are expected to measure the scope 1 and scope 2 emissions, which it was said that it's your own emissions and purchase electricity. That's number one. Report, and they are subject to verification by the federal authority. And if your emissions are above a certain threshold, you are expected to give a transition plan. In short, this is what the climate law is. Now, personally, again, linked to the earlier question, a lot of times we talk about sustainability like a fear, or if you don't, compliance. It's very heavy. But genuinely, I think what this climate law will do, and the kind of steps which are the bold changes which are required, is to view this as an opportunity. It is not, so while I am also guilty of talking about risk, compliance, being a bank, genuinely this is a socio-demographic shift which is happening. You just need to talk to your teenage kids or anyone around you. The amount of thought they give while purchasing products, amount of sustainability linkages they view is genuinely, so if you're in the business, it is a shift which you have to utilize it. And if, for example, Rajeshji talked about apparel. Now, there is a lot of research that teenagers or young generation tends to buy products which have a sustainability tag. So if you are into that business, is this something which you want to get into? Is this something which you want to do? And remember, a large part of calling your products green is also what are the green practices you do. So there's no point of calling your product green if you're not measuring your emissions, you don't have a transition plan, you don't have, that would amount to greenwashing. So linking both of these, this climate law will at least force companies to kind of, as it was mentioned, to review what their emissions are, where are these coming from, how can you reduce them, and that will lead to, in some way, efficiency, risk management, and hopefully better business opportunities for the future.
Thank you, Ashish. Mr. Faris, we all are here chartered accountant, finance background. Either they are finance managers or they are auditors, maybe external. So we either report or we do on the finance side. So from your experience, how do you feel we can support sustainability as a reporting auditors or internal auditors or practitioner consultant?
I'll tell you something about AI. I received like 2 months ago, two young couple who has created like application for calculating the emissions. And the only thing they need you, in fact. They need you to supply them with all invoices which is included in any building, because it was about our industry. And the AI application they have created, it calculates all the emissions, just knowing it's reading, scanning in many languages, every item, and it calculates the emissions, and it is just like, how do you do auditing? You can just do the net zero emission or disclosing your emissions. So this is a huge contribution to net zero, I think, if accountants, chartered accountants just take care of this.
Khansab, your interaction with finance guy, you are a sustainability guy, where, we feel that, what is that you expect from a finance manager?
I love interacting with finance people because they're very easy and they're very clear. It's black, it's white, okay? And when I explain to them the triple bottom line and when I show them they can make money, then they are the people who push it forward. I'll just give you an experience of mine. I had a personal challenge, and there was a challenge with the air quality. And in Dubai, we have this challenge called the sick building syndrome. And air quality, just for your information, as per WHO, 7 million people die prematurely because of air quality. The financial impact is $5 trillion US. Okay, this is the financial impact on air quality. And when we wanted to improve the air quality, we were talking to the engineers and we were saying that, okay, by improving the air quality, you're improving the health, wellness, productivity, cognitive ability. They listened to it. But when I went to a chartered accountant, a CFO, and I told him that just by improving the air quality, your productivity is going to improve by 20%. And when I shared the documentation with him, he said, then why are we not doing it? Okay? And the beauty of this is by doing small changes to your engineering air conditioning system, not only can you improve the air quality, improve the health and wellness of your people, improve the productivity, but also save 30 to 40% on your electricity bill with a payback of 2 to 3 years. When we go to the engineer, it takes more time. When you go to the CFO, they are ready to take the bold decision. And what they normally tell me is, okay, can you give me a bank guarantee that this will happen? And that is probably the easiest thing to do. You give them a performance guarantee and get an opportunity to execute. My submission or my request to the CFOs here is please listen to your engineers, call them up. They are not good at communication, okay? So unless you ask them, they will not give you an answer. So call your chief engineer and tell him please tell me what do you need in order to reduce my carbon footprint by 30 to 40%? And this is the money which we are trying to allot. This is the payback which is there. The engineers have the solution. But they don't have the courage to come and eloquently explain it to you. And the other help which we need from the CFOs and the chartered accountants is to structure and put a cost for inaction. Today everybody talks about the cost of action. But what is the cost of inaction? Small things. You spoke about the rain which we had in February. We didn't have problem in Sustainability City. We didn't have problem in Fakhruddin because we were taking actions and developing properties which were resilient. Now, that cost of inaction is extremely important, which needs to be calculated. And we always talk that prevention is better than cure. But if you look at the statistics, less than 10% of the fund goes for prevention. 90% you're ready to put for cure. So as the chartered accountants and CFOs, I want you to give a little more importance to prevention so that we can talk about adaptation and mitigation. And please, I'm so happy that you put 3 engineers on the stage. I hope we can collaborate and more interaction and collaboration between the engineering community and the finance community. We can definitely make this world greener, cleaner, and better for the future generations. Thank you.
Okay. Ashish, what you want to see? Ashish, what you want to see in the balance sheet, because we are all auditors are reporting as a chartered accountant.
I appreciate that people are waiting for Mr. Sonam, so I am not going to take too much time. You guys are the ones with the budgets, with the deep pockets. So whenever we come, as Doctor said, please don't ask for approval authorities. Please don't ask for ROIs. That's in lighter vein. But I don't want to add anything. So just look at sustainability from an opportunity, from a business, from an efficiency perspective, try and attach a dollar value, then things become much more easier and actually beneficial.
Thank you, gentlemen. Please give them a big round of applause for all the experts here.
Thank you so much, Rajesh Malgani, our own member, for conducting in such a beautiful way. We want to listen more, but due to the time constraint, we have to stop it here. And that was a truly enriching and energizing discussions, I must say. Thanks to all the panelists, Mr. Ashish Gokhale, Dr. Shamiullah Khan, and Mr. Farid Said. Without further delay, I would like to call our chairman, vice chairman, along with the 3 stalwart of our executive committee member, Dikshit Jain, Yuga Murthy, and Vijay Mohan on the stage to do the honor and present a memento on behalf of the chapter. Can I have a huge round of applause for all our panelists and the moderator? Thank you so much once again, all the panelists, Rajesh Bhai for arranging this session, and all the panelists. Farid Said, Shamiullah Khan, thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. That was wonderful. And I know that we all are waiting for the next session, the session by the keynote speaker, Mr. Sonam Wangchuk. But before that, I just want to share a piece of information that right after the session of the Mr. Sonam Wangchuk, we are going to give the ICAI Excellence Award for 24-25. So don't go anywhere. You could be the winner. So with that, let's move to the next session. The most awaited sessions of the evening, a session that needs no preface because the speaker himself is the message. In a word that often talks more than it does, he has quietly built a revolution in the mountains. From reforming education system to designing sustainable architecture, and from freezing water into glaciers to melting hearts across the globe, he is the man who defined the impact. His topic today, the sustaining the sustainable initiative, the resilient way. It's not just timely, it's a timeless. And to formally introduce this extraordinary change maker and the keynote speaker, I would like to invite a very thoughtful and dedicated Executive Committee member, C.A. Balram Buchudi, on the stage. Can I have a huge round of applause for C.A. Balram? Thank you.
As we love our children and grandchildren, so we should love our sustainability and also live sustainable. Good evening, dear ladies and gentlemen. In Dubai, where visionary ideas rise from the desert to touch the stars, we celebrate innovation that shapes a greener future. Tonight, as we advance the UAE's commitment to sustainability, it is an honor to introduce a true pioneer of change. Many of us have cheered for Phunsukh Wangdo in Three Idiots movie. With your permission, sir, the quirky genius solving real-world problems. Meet his real-life inspiration, the extraordinary Mr. Sonam Wangchuk, sir. From Ladakh's rugged mountains, Sonam blends traditional knowledge with modern science, crafting practical solutions for high-altitude communities facing climate change. His ice stupas, towers of ice, capture winter water to irrigate parched fields, while his solar-powered SCCMOL school empowers Ladakhi youth with education rooted into their culture. His solar-heated buildings, warm at 30 degrees Celsius without fuel, echo our Dubai's net zero vision like Mazda City. A Roman Magazine and Rolex laureate, Sonam's focus remains on empowering local people, promoting renewable energy, and advocating for policies that protect mountain ecosystem and cultures. Just as Dubai transforms challenges into opportunities, Mr. Sonam turns frozen streams into hope. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm Dubai welcome to our remarkable Sonam Wangchuk.
Here?
Yeah. Do you need a mic?
It's okay. If you have, you can give. I can move. Thank you. Dhanyawad. Shukriya. And salam, namaskar, and Jule as we greet in Ladakh. Jule. Yes, I bring you very, very warm greetings from an otherwise very cold place. It's only a few weeks ago that temperatures started going in the positive. Few weeks ago again, the roads opened after the long winter. And I'm here so happy to enjoy the warmth of Dubai and the friendship and aspirations of so many people in this room. I'm really touched and moved to see so many people talking about a field that we up in the mountains feel very lonely about. And it really energizes me to see that companies are making such plans, achieving things before deadlines to make it a lifeline rather than a deadline. Really touched, and I, on my part, will share with you a picture story of how this climate change story we keep hearing, often in conference rooms or drawing rooms on the television, and are not able to very often fathom what it is causing to people far away from ourselves, perhaps high up in the Himalayan mountains, or perhaps on some coastal areas. So I would like to bring home a first-hand account of what's happening up in the mountains, in disasters, but also what's happening up in remote mountains as solutions. So that if people so remote, some of the most remote parts of this planet, with very little resources, are doing things that they can, then sure, people with much more resources in comfortable parts of the world can do their part. So therefore, I'll share with you what could explain more than my 1,000 words. Yeah? Images, a picture story, when it is talking about a part of the planet that is so different. But here in the Middle East, I feel kind of at home, except for the temperatures and the low altitude. I'm trying to acclimatize to the low altitude desert. We are from a desert, but a desert in the sky. So here you can see my part of the world on the map. It's top north of India, not exactly in the Himalayas, as many people think, but rather across the Himalayas or trans-Himalayas. And there's a world of difference, I always try to tell people who are not familiar, between trans-Himalayas and Himalayas. Himalayas are lush green, like Kashmir, Shimla, Mussoorie. Those are Himalayas. Once you cross the mighty Himalayan barrier, it's a different world altogether. We are in the rain shadow of the Himalayas, which means hardly any monsoon clouds even cross this barrier. And therefore, when I open my windows in the morning, it looks more like Mars or Moon than Shimla or planet Earth. This, by the way, is not what I see when I open my windows. This is Mars. This is Mars to wake you up and to give you something to compare. This is what I see when I open my windows, and you will see not very different, except for the human touch here and there, and some rebel clouds that have crossed the Himalayas. By the way, they are crossing more and more as the world heats up, clouds rise higher, and soon we may have, and we have started, I think, having monsoon cloudbursts and flash floods. So this is Ladakh. It's closest to outer space while being still on the planet Earth, and it behaves like that. You can see temperature fluctuations from plus 35 to minus 35 in winters. This is one place they say you could have a sunburn and a frostbite in your feet if your head is in the sun and feet in the shade at the same time in winters. Yeah? That's how out of this world this desert is. But what makes it special are these green patches, these oases of life that shouldn't be there, with 4 inches of rainfall and very little technological ways of, flowing against nature, very limited artificial ways. This should be a total dry desert with so little water, and not only water, we are in short supply of even air. Only 60 to 70% of what you would have at sea level. So we are kind of a capital of challenges. If you think you have challenges in your life, then we have many, many. Not just water, not just air, we have periodic earthquakes being in the Himalayas, and so on. So this is what makes me proud. Our ancestors have not only survived in these harsh landscapes, but a colorful civilization has thrived with very little resources, but with its own language, culture, music, dance, spirituality, and a lifestyle in perfect harmony with nature over millennia. Now, this part of the world is very important for the whole planet, particularly the subcontinent. The Hindu Kush Himalayas are often called the third pole of the planet. After North and South Pole, this is the largest reservoir of frozen fresh water. So many glaciers, some 50,000 of them. And in this one picture that I took from the aircraft, this frame captures some 10 glaciers in one frame. Those streaks coming down are flowing solid rivers of ice. That's what a glacier is. Moves like a river, but very slowly. If we go closer to see what's happening to these glaciers in the face of global warming, with temperatures rising. This is a closer up of one of the glaciers. You can see the snout, or the lower end of the glacier there, which is melting into a pond here, but it can be a lake very often. And these lakes, from time to time, burst and cause glacial lake outburst flood, or GLOF. So another disaster in our menu. At that snout of a glacier, you'll see in the summer heat, as temperature rises, there's a torrent coming out because of the temperatures, and as much because the pollution, the black carbon coming out of industries, transport, machinery, and diesel taxis locally also, and what people burn in the Himalayas or the foothills, all the black goes and settles on the glaciers, making them dark rather than white. White would reflect, but dark would absorb, and therefore the melting speeds up even more. As it is, for every degree rise on the planet, the mountains see roughly 3 degrees rise. They are a hot spot. Add to that this black carbon-like situations, and you have these big torrents coming down in June, July. Now, what does that mean to people like us? Let me share with you one story that I have seen personally, firsthand, so you can believe more than stories on a TV show. In 2006, a neighboring village from our school had a big flash flood, a lot of damage. And together with my students, we went to help them as volunteers. And as we helped the people, the animals, the submerged farms, and so on, I got curious, as I always do, and started wondering how often this happens, how serious it is. To understand that, I looked for the oldest person in the village and found someone in his 80s and asked the old man, "Sir, how often have you seen this kind of flash flood that submerged half of your village?" And the old man said, "I've never seen anything like this. I've only heard stories as a child." That was 2006. The next one was 2010, when a quarter of the capital city of Leh was washed away, and roughly 1,000 people went missing. The city has a population of some 20,000. You can imagine. And the next one was 2013. And the next one, 2017, which the old man said he'd never seen before, is happening so frequently nowadays. Yes, with temperatures rising, with black carbon on glaciers, and with clouds crossing the Himalayas as they rise higher with the temperature, conditions come together to cause flash floods, only to be punctuated by droughts the next year, and then again a flash flood a few years later. So this is what is happening to these extremities of the planet. Also for coastal areas that are being submerged. And therefore, I thought we should know, when our companies are taking such good measures as we heard, how good we really should feel. We don't want to be a part of this violence that's happening. A big violence. I often say the Third World War is not something in the future. We are in the middle of it, because the deaths happening from emission and pollution, like air pollution right now, one of the participants was saying, causes 7 million deaths a year. With other environmental reasons clubbed, it would be 10 million. I looked at these figures some 5 years ago and couldn't fathom how much is that. Is that a large number? Then I looked in history, when did large numbers of people die of unnatural causes? And of course, I found the First World War and Second World War. And I saw the two wars together had killed roughly 100 million people over roughly 10 years. And as accountants, you would know that would mean per year 10 million people. And air pollution causes 7 million, other climate-related roughly 3. So 10 million people are dying every year at the rate that we saw in First and Second World War. So the Third World War is perhaps between man and nature, where human beings are losing at such large numbers. So anyway, this is what also I wanted to share, and how we, the people living up there, are responding. We don't want to be silent spectators begging for help and support. We always wanted to be a part of the solution also, both in mitigation and adaptation. Adaptation as things change there, that's what we are left to do as victims. But we don't leave mitigation to only rich people in the West. We wanted to be a part of it so that none of our actions causes any of this. So back in early 90s, I started my work on education reform in government schools, and one of the parts was a school to take those who failed in the conventional education system and with them do things that are otherwise not allowed in regular government schools, and find solutions. Use education not just as a ritual, but rather a process of finding solutions to problems in real life. So thus started this school, where admission criteria is famously failure in conventional schools, not marks and grades, to give another chance to those who failed. And you will see they do amazing things when given the right atmosphere. But more than that, we wanted to not only see them succeed, but see them as solution providers. To begin with, the school itself was designed to be completely carbon neutral, off-grid, zero energy. When these terms were not even coined back then, yeah, in the early 90s. So this might be the world's first carbon neutral campus where the buildings are built with mud or soil, plenty, abundant, right under our feet. Nobody's so poor they cannot buy or acquire soil under their feet. Therefore, zero or very close to zero embedded energy in construction. And then heated, because we are in such cold place, by sun. Again, abundant, shining over everyone's head. Nobody's so poor that the sun doesn't shine. And with sun over your head and earth or mud under your feet, little bit of human ingenuity, and you can have a place that doesn't need any other heating, no fossil fuels, no power bills, to live happily ever after. So this campus had mostly direct solar gain to heat these buildings in very cold temperatures, and photovoltaics, very early photovoltaics to fill the gap. Most energy is in heat. You don't need electricity. You need direct sun. For lights and computers, you would need some electricity. That was done by solar photovoltaics. And this school was to train, or it still does, young men and women who lead in providing solutions, mostly environmental, in society. And to turn these failures, so-called failures, into leaders, we adopted ways that were more in tune with human nature and human ways of learning, which is let them take the lead, give them responsibilities, hands-on learning opportunities, and start by making the school itself run like a little country with a little government, little parliament, little elections of 2 months tenure, and the students elect a little government that actually takes charge of the school for 2 months, do most of the things here, the little government. They plan and, their 2 months goal setting and so on, execute during the 2 months, and present in the parliament what they learned, what needs to be done, where they succeeded, failed, and so on. And the elected government and the executives have real life responsibilities, like taking care of the cows, taking care of the solar cooking devices. Everything here happens from solar, as you will see. Cooking devices, organic gardening, or solar power plants, greenhouses for vegetables in winter, while connecting these to the lessons in their textbooks. For example, the girls growing vegetables would sell to the campus kitchen like agro-entrepreneurs at a selling price and work backwards the cost price, and practically learn that profit is equal to really selling price minus cost price, yeah? By doing it, and then learning enterprise along the way. Almost everything is done with natural resources, energy, materials, like sun is used for cooking with concentrated, for vegetables, for lighting, for electricity, for water heating, for water lifting. Even the cows live in solar heated cow sheds that stay at plus 12 degrees when normal cows would be at -5. And when our students did this out of kindness to the animals, you know what? Reciprocated. And I'm not joking. The year we built the solar heated cow sheds, the cows started giving double the milk. And we learned that there is science behind it. And it was very useful to explain the chapter on warm-blooded and cold-blooded animals. Cold-blooded animals can have temperatures as per the environment, but warm-blooded ones like us or the cows have to maintain a particular temperature. In our case, plus 37. Same for the cows. A degree higher can become fever and kill you. A degree lower can cause hypothermia and kill you. We have a huge responsibility, our poor body, to maintain at plus 37. And imagine these cows maintaining their 300 kilograms body at plus 37 when it is minus 10 inside their room. Can you imagine? Where would all that energy come from to keep it at plus 37 no matter what? It would come from, we explode together with the children, from the food they eat. And if the food they eat goes into just maintaining their body at plus 37, how can you expect milk? So give them the temperature with cheaper sources like a solar heated cowshed, and the food they eat, a bigger part goes into milk and therefore double the milk. Their gratitude comes from a science that children are supposed to understand. So that's how we learn anyway. But these experiments also resulted in things that many people in the region could use, like these buildings over 2 decades that we built resulted in buildings that stay at average plus 18 degrees, which is how thermostats are supposed to be set. Another thing that you set it at plus 24, 25 and waste a lot of energy, but this is where it should be, plus 18 with a little sweater. This happens when it is minus 20 outside, with no fossil fuel, no fire, no power bills, nothing. Just sun with earth buildings. And that's physics that you teach in class 8th or 9th, how, thermal heat transfer happens with conduction, convection, radiation, all that is used, and children live the lesson and get a building that says. Using geography, you can understand the way the sun moves vis-a-vis the earth in winter, in summer, and a little bit of geography results in this. These buildings stay cool in summer while they stay warm in winter. Many people ask, so what do you do in summer? It must be too hot. No, the summer temperatures are coolest in these buildings. If you apply a little bit of geography. So, now what also happens is the students find their passion in life. Some of them fall in love with building solar heated houses, for example. So it becomes their livelihoods. So students who passed out of here, you remember I called it the school of so-called failures. They go out and lead in many ways, in entrepreneurship, even in political field. Almost every political party in Ladakh has had a president coming out of this school. Yeah? Although they come as so-called failures, they go out to lead. So some of them are leading entrepreneurs who learn to build for themselves, but then develop the skills to give other needy people. That's our medium to transfer the technology to the rest of the world. And such solar companies build high-end, earth-built, solar-heated buildings for the high-end society, and then resorts and so on, making an aspirational thing to build in earth or materials like these, rather than backwardly or so, as some stigmas attached with earth often is that it is backwardly material. But building in these ways ensures that people aspire to live in such buildings. And then taking it beyond to bigger agencies like our soldiers, who, if you say directly, who happen to be the biggest emitters in the region. But if you have a look, you have nothing but empathy for them. Because our soldiers come from hot tropical plains and are posted at minus 30, minus 40 peaks on the borders, and then the nation has to spend money on buying oil from Middle East, transporting it there, and burning it to keep the soldiers warm at those heights. Burning money, burning fossil fuel, causing emission, causing indoor air pollution, and actually deaths, fires. More soldiers between Indian, Chinese, and Pakistani die of accidental fire than enemy fire when you use so much fire in these cold regions. So some of our entrepreneur youth and this school or the alternative university that we are expanding into now are making these technologies available to our soldiers, whereby they can live in fresh, clean air. There is no pollution in solar heated buildings. So beautiful, warm, zero emission, zero pollution, carbon, actually net positive buildings. Beyond net zero, it generates more than it consumes. On the borders, we do it for our soldiers. The three armies together in this region itself emit some 5 million tons of CO2. If these technologies spread widely, we would like it to cross into Pakistan, into China, for their militaries also. Firstly, they're also sons of, mothers. Secondly, pollution and emission knows no boundaries. There's no Indian pollution and Chinese emission. It's all everybody's. So we are also working with UN agencies to spread such cleaner ways across the borders. Now, from stopping emission from emitters, civilians or military, to capturing carbon by planting trees, we are trying all with our young friends in our school, in our university, and monks in the monasteries. We are taking up to spread plantations to capture, to sequester all the carbon that is still being emitted. I'm trying to say that even up there in the mountains, we try and do everything to not emit, to capture, and so on. And then we said, we are doing our part, but the solution to these can't be our solar heated buildings or our few trees. It has to be a global solution. We need to give a SOS cry to the world to change their lifestyles. So on Mahatma Gandhi's 150th anniversary, we started a campaign called I Live Simply. And it's presented for young people to find it, fun rather than a preachy lecture, as a game, as a crowdfunding game where you don't fund money, rupees or dollars, but you fund with pledges. And this site, if you can visit, this site converts whatever you pledge to give up or take on, like give up fossil fuel cars or take up bicycles or plant trees. This site converts it into equivalent dollars, and you feel good. I'm contributing $1,000 worth to the planet by growing 10 trees, switching from car to bicycles, aeroplane to trains, so they can see the impact that they can generate. This was to be our message to the world, to please live simply in the big cities so that we can simply live in the mountains, to change lifestyle. So from local action to global appeal to change, and with these kind of messages, again, in Ladakh and elsewhere, many young people have been participating, though more could be done. Again, planting shrubs and trees in the deserts so that it captures carbon and also strengthens the soil or stops soil erosion when it rains so that there are no flash floods. Now, when still it was not enough, much more needed to be done to save the Himalayas, particularly sensitive, fragile ecologies like Ladakh. I started giving loud SOS calls, all is not well, appealing people to change their lifestyles and protect sensitive regions like Ladakh with policy changes. And it started by appeals and then fasts to draw the attention of citizens of the world and government toward policy changes. Many fasts, 1 week fast, 2 weeks fast, 3 weeks fast, and a lot of people joined locally, nationally, and internationally. Locally, from little children to really elderly ones, and without any political mix-ups. We appreciate whoever does good when they do good. For example, Mission Life is a great message for lifestyle change from our Prime Minister, so we support that. But when it is Himalayan fragile ecologies, we demand that they make better policies that are possible under the Constitution of India. So, appealing to the government along with the entire community. One of these fasts, when we were giving this message, 1/3 of the whole region's population gathered. You know, this place has only 30,000 population and roughly 20,000 out of 40 or 50,000 in the greater city area gathered to give this appeal. Similarly, we started again pushing for changes in policies and lifestyles by following the path of Mahatma Gandhi, his long marches like from Leh to New Delhi, 30 days, 1,000 kilometers. So, leaving no stones unturned at local action to global call, we have been doing it all. Now, water is a huge issue up in the mountains. So is here in the deserts. But here, because there's a lot of resources like oil and therefore money, you could have a button to get fresh water. That's a luxury, but it costs a lot. Up there in the mountains, we neither have the money or resources, and I'm not sure if we had, I would use it the same way. We would consider it more sophisticated and more greater achievement if we can do things without impacts on the climate in more clever ways. For example, in Ladakh, to lift with a bore well takes a lot of energy. We don't have so much energy, nor the money. But if you use a little more of learning from nature, you could do a lot. For example, when we saw that our natural glaciers are melting away, we said, why not attempt to make artificial glaciers, man-made glaciers? And very soon, people, asked, what is this? We said, it's about freezing the water in winter when nobody uses water and there's a stream still flowing, to keep it frozen till summer when every plant begs for water. Yet people found it ridiculous. From January to June, you'll keep water. And they were right. By March, all the snow and ice is melted. It's springtime. You can't have frozen water after March. But then we kept exploring and then saw that outside our school, under a bridge, there was a big chunk of ice in May. In May, which is summer, under the bridge, ice could still exist. Now, under the bridge is also summer, So it couldn't be spring and summer. What is different under the bridge is, you can guess? Sun. Yeah, sun doesn't reach there. So that proved that ice and snow melts more because of direct sunlight than the ambient temperature in springtime. So we should cover the ice. Easier said than done, okay? A big chunk like this can be under a bridge. For a huge mountain of ice, you can't have a huge bridge. The Swiss have been trying with materials like fleece to cover their ski slopes, which earn money. They can't do that for glaciers. So we said materials, we explored how to shade it, but found soon doesn't work, materials. So the solution came from these kids' geometry classes, like heat transfer, conduction, convection from physics of the school, likewise from geometry. In geometry, you study that certain shapes have low surface area for the given volume. Shapes like, if you remember, spheres, hemispheres, or even cones have low surface area for the volume. Why am I talking about surface area and volume? Because sun needs surface area to shine, and we don't want to give it. Farmers don't care about surface area, they care about volume, and we want to give it. So high volume, low surface area might not melt early like March, April, was our hypothesis. In a kind of scientific invention, we hypothesized that in conical shape, if not spherical, which is not practical, even hemispherical is not easy, but cone is the shape that anything takes. You throw sand, it will become a cone. Sugar, rice, water will take the shape of a cone. And if the theory or the hypothesis works, then it shouldn't melt till late. But again, to make it a conical ice is not easy. 10 stories of ice lifting to make like a pyramid is easier said than done. Ask the Egyptians, no? Making a pyramid. So again, the solution came from primary school, I would say. Let's see here. This is a typical Ladakhi valley. You can see there is a stream that comes from the glaciers, goes into the Indus River, and finally Arabian Sea. But in winter, there's still a stream flowing when nobody is farming. So it's going kind of wastefully down. If we hold it at height, hold water at height, rather than lift water to a height against nature with pumps, pollution, power bills. So we said, why not keep it high and let it flow down with nature? But how do you keep it high? In a cold place, you can freeze it. Now, to freeze it 10 stories, 12 stories, again, you need pumps and power and pollution and all that. So we said, we don't have those, but what we do have, like sun and earth we had, is gravity. Mountains have slopes. Slopes have upslope and downslope or downstream, which is gravity. So therefore, if we put a pipe upstream and bring it downstream to a place that needs water, then the water inside the pipe at outlet will want to go to the level of the inlet. That's how pipes work. Mason's pipe for leveling work that way. So if you put it up higher, then this will also want to go higher. And there'll be pressure in the pipe, this water wanting to go high. And against that pressure, which is just a pipe, no pumps, if you put a fountain, that will spray the water high into the air, into the -20 air, without any moving parts, no machines. This is a 6-story pyramid with no pumps, no power, no pollution. Just because of this height difference, it's spraying. Now, when it sprays, what happens? Unlike the Egyptians, you don't have to lift ice blocks. You use hydraulics to make water follow hydraulic principles to go shoot up there. But what we want is not water. What we want is frozen ice. What we want to take is water because we don't have to work on it. It can do it itself. So we take water up and then mid-air convert it into ice. How? By spraying into minus 20 degrees, the drops of water that splashes loses its heat. If you remember your high school science, that's the latent heat, which is the heat that keeps a liquid. Once removed, liquid becomes solid. So mid-air, it converts from liquid into solid, falls down and takes the shape of a cone, which is what we wanted because of the geometry. So this was our first pilot. We didn't know how late it will go when we did it. We had bets. Some said March it will melt like any ice. Some said April. Some said May. That was I think, little bolder. But this stayed till June, slowly melting like that. In June, it was still 2 stories tall. Every day it was melting and giving 50,000 liters of water in a tank, which was then, through drip irrigation, was irrigating some 5,000 proof of concept trees. In a desert that has never seen any greenery, it started watering the trees. Now the trick is that you don't need all the water from that pyramid. All you need is water for just the month of May and half of June. After that, you remember the glaciers melt and there's floods. There's too much water. The same pipes can bring the natural melting glaciers. Because of this 1.5 months, nothing would grow. And this little cone can make that difference. So that was ice stupas, what we call. Then it slowly spread into villages. Young people started building. Now we have ice stupa competitions every winter, and village youth built much bigger than anything we could build. That one was half the height of Qutub Minar. Sorry. What happened? Okay. Yes. Holds 12 million liters of water. Yeah? And similarly, different villages in Ladakh and Switzerland, in the Alps and in the Andes, Chile, and now Mongolia, several countries, neighboring Pakistan and Nepal, of course, have been doing in their mountains. This has been spreading as a solution for keeping winter water till springtime. Thank you. Just to end with some challenges that we still face. Yeah? These look interesting, but it's very painful for those who make. Yeah? They have to be out there in midnights in January, minus 20 degrees, when fountains get blocked. When it is too cold, the fountain gets blocked and it can freeze the whole line. Right? And if it is too warm, the fountain lets warm water out and even the frozen part could melt. So people have to go switch off if it's too cold, switch off again if it is too warm in the morning in spring time. So it was very manual and it was a painful thing for village youth. That's when other young people, through their process of education at our HIAL, Himalayan Institute of Alternatives, started providing solutions like automation. How do we make this automated so that people don't have to go through this? So we considered an automation system with a weather station to do it mechanically. The arms that switch on and off need not be attached to a human being who comes at midnight. The arm could be a mechanical arm that twists the valve off or on with inputs from a weather station. As temperature goes below 0, it lets the fountain go. If it goes too cold, it drains it out. And if it is too warm, it again drains it out so that human beings do not have the painful process. Now, the problem was this kind of automation system, a Swiss company was willing to offer us, but it was costing roughly 25 lakh rupees, yeah? Which is huge and villagers could not afford. The weather station itself was costing 6 lakh rupees. So then our students at the university started working, indigenizing, making it simpler, and finally, this system costs 90,000 rupees from 23 lakh rupees. And the weather station costs 22,000 rupees from 6 lakh rupees that a meteorological department can only own. We are hoping to provide every school with a weather station now, bringing the costs down. And the students built the weather station, assembling themselves different parts sourced from different places. Of course, it needed power. In these mountains, you don't have power supply. So we used the same principles that heat our solar houses to make a little house for the batteries and a little solar power system to power the entire thing. Then we saw that we still needed to come to monitor it, whether it was working or not, because this is like 5-10 kilometers up in the mountains. So other group of students started putting directional antennas with radio frequencies to bring internet here, right in the mountain, so that we could monitor it from the university itself. Now, what it means, the ice stupa is up in the mountains where there's nobody, but they can look at it from the classroom or the lab and see how the valves are performing. The camera is being moved remotely. They can check the valves. They can look at all that is happening using technology for environmental solutions. Of course, they are used for cars and, machines of different kind for people in the cities, but using it for ecological solutions. And then there's the brighter and lighter side. This is the ice stupa at night, and students capture the movement of the stars around it with a time lapse, and finally get an image like this. Fun and solution and education all in one package. This is not the end, I would say. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sonam Wangchuk. At the beginning of the session, you said Jule, and after your session, sir, I want to say Jule Chai. Thank you so much once again, and that's the respect you can see, the standing ovation for you. For that deeply moving and mind-expanding sessions, your stories, your vision, and your mission have given us a lot more than inspiration. So thank you so much for this noble cause. With that, I would like to call the chairman, vice chairman, and our chief guest, Mr. Rajesh Garg, along with our executive committee, CA Balram, on the stage to do the honor to present a memento on behalf of the committee. Don't go anywhere. We have an award ceremony as well. And can I request a quick photo for our ExCom? And after that, all the former chairmen who are present here, I request them, please come on the stage for a group photo. And of course, all our eminent speakers of today's sessions, please come on the stage for a group photo. Thank you so much. Please take your seats, and now the important announcement is there for all we are waiting for, the ICI Dubai Chapters Excellence Award 2024. But before that, I have a very good request from the Rajesh Maglani, the moderator of the sessions. They've been so generous, and they just want to gift something as a token of appreciation to the entire managing committee and the speakers as well. Thank you so much, Rajesh bhai. And I will, yeah.
First, the speaker, please, come on the stage, so we can go.
I request, please, the speakers, please take your seats. And I'm delighted to share that today's we are presenting the ICI Dubai Chapters Excellence Award 24-25. And this initiative was conceptualized and launched under the visionary leadership of our immediate past chairman, CA Rajeshji Somani. These awards are our humble way to spotlight the excellence in its truest form, a tribute to those who didn't just chase the success, but set the benchmark for it. So, without further ado, let me invite a very person who led the foundation for this initiative and led it with the integrity and the vision. Please join me in welcoming on the stage CA Rajeshji Somani, the immediate past chairman and the chairman of the awards jury, to share more about these awards and announce this year's outstanding winners. Over to you, sir, Rajeshji Somani.
Thank you, Amit. After listening Sonam ji, I think we can say that जिंदगी में जो हम चाहते हैं, जिंदगी में जो हम चाहते हैं वो आसानी से नहीं मिलता, जिंदगी में जो हम चाहते हैं वो आसानी से नहीं मिलता, लेकिन जिंदगी का एक सच ये भी है कि जो हम चाहते हैं वो आसान नहीं होता. Dear colleagues, without taking much more time, I thank you very much our chairman, Mr. Jayaprakash, and ExCom committee member for giving me this opportunity again. It is always great to be part of this our great chapter event. As you all know, last year in our first ExCom meeting, we decided to recognize our higher achiever chartered accountants members. Second slide. The idea of award was to recognize and celebrate outstanding achievements of member within the ICI Dubai chapter and to promote excellence and contribution to the profession and society in general, in line with the spirit of Dubai government journey towards excellence, which started in 1994. We engaged the expert of the award, Dr. Kanak Madrecha, who is a recipient of the various recognition from His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Al Maktoum, Vice President and Prime Minister of our country. He was also jury of Dubai Quality Award, Abu Dhabi Award, and he is gracefully agreed to frame, process, as well as the criteria for the purpose of our chapter's award. We finalized the 5 categories of award: Member of the Year, CFO of the Year, Business Leader of the Year, Buddy Chartered Accountant, Young Achiever of the Year. The minimum requirement was for all the first 4, he should be a member of our chapter for 5 years. For Young Chartered Accountants, Young Achiever, it was a condition of 3 years. Next. These were the various financial criteria we have fixed up. The education, professional qualification, in addition to the chartered accountant, training and development, financial performance, non-financial performance, contribution to ICI and other organizations, and awards and recognition received outside the professional body. Next. To have a proper evaluation as well as a fair evaluation of the all applicants, the jury was constituted and Mr. Padmanabha Acharya, he has kindly agreed to become a jury member. He is a senior partner and country head of Abu Dhabi Deloitte. He is present here. Thank you very much, sir. Ms. Samantha Starbuck, she also become jury member. She is the manager, regional business development manager of the Institute of Chartered Accountants in England and Wales, ICAW UK, Dubai. She was also again another member of jury. Dr. Kanak Madrecha, jury member. He is a professional advisor to the Excellence Award and he is recipient, and he has been appointed jury member also by the Dubai government as well as Abu Dhabi government. Thank you very much. Dr. Saab Kanak also here. As mentioned, Dr. Kanak is a managing director of his consulting firm, qualification PhD, experience of total 44 years, awards and recognition. He has been honored by His Highness number of times, Jury of Dubai Quality Award, Jury of Dubai Human Development Award, Jury of Sheikh Khalifa Excellent Award, Jury Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, having a very credential profile of connecting with the various awards and excellency. Next. CA Padmanabha Acharya is a partner and board member of Deloitte North-South Europe. He qualifies in addition to CA, CPA from USA, CMA, having experience of more than 30 years. Award recognition, he has served as a chairman of Abu Dhabi chapter as well as IBPC Abu Dhabi also. He is a recognized authority and technical expert of IFRS and has spoken at many international forums and very technical. Yeah. Samantha, she is a regional business development manager, having experience of more than 29 years, brings the different preview from the same profession from the other country. Next. Myself, as a chairman, I took the opportunity to also understand our members' recognition. With this, I would like to also acknowledge we received various applications, but to all of your information, all the 4 jury members were having unanimous decision about all the 5 positions, and there was no difference. The process was simple. All the applications were given to all the jury to have the independent evaluation without connecting with others. After giving this all application, every jury member has to declare that there is no conflict of interest with any applicant members. And I must appreciate CA Padmanabha, we fondly call him CA Paddy. He immediately pointed out that being a part of the Big Four or being a part of Deloitte, one of the applicant is Deloitte member, I will not be able to judge him. So that we excluded. And to his credit, even he said anybody from the Big Four, he would not like to be part of the jury. And accordingly, we excluded from his evaluation, and other 3 jury members evaluated them. Otherwise, all the 5 candidates were evaluated independently. We thought wherever there will be difference or there will be a tie, we will again meet all the 4 jury members and will present our matter that to whom we should finally declare. But this situation did not arise, and I'm happy to say that all winners are unanimously decided by all the jury members. I also congratulate all other members who participate because they are also equally winner, because they find themselves as achiever and real achiever of our professional members. And Winner always deserve the big round of applause, but they also deserve, according to me, the applause. This was the process as I explained you. Now, come to the main declaration. We have decided that apart from giving memento or the trophy to the winner, winner will also get Mont Blanc pen, and this was sponsored by Aditya Birla Group Trading Company. Coming to the first award. Member of the Year. He is a recipient of the Ganesh book. He has written so many books. He is not only qualified CA, he is a ICWA, AML specialist, GMP Ahmedabad. He has received local award, first award, the moral hero from the private wealth, recognized regional award as well as global award from Golden Book of Award Records. His name is C.A. Dilip Jain. I request Dilip Jain, I request Mr. our chairman, and vice chairman, I also request Dr. Saab and Mr. Pedi, please.
Just one announcement on this great occasion. I am also releasing my another book and want to give to the members here, 10 Habits of Effective Compliance Professionals.
Now the second award, CFO of the Year. He is heading the finance portfolio of the multinational company. He is having experience of more than decades, managed business of 5 own factories in UAE, Oman, India, Nepal, and Kenya. He has a 23-year experience, awards, recipient of awards, various awards from the chairman as well as their company. The CFO award goes to CA Vishal Bhimani. Now the next award for Business Leader of the Year is a well-experienced chartered accountant as well as leader of our chapter, have developed at his own the new startup of financial business, processing more than 14 billion financial documents globally, boarded more than 1,500 people in his new organization, is none other than our ex-chairman, Mr. Pankaj Mundra. Now the next award for the Buddy Chartered Accountant of the category. This category was especially created for a chartered accountant who take care of his fellow member, add to profession, contribute to the society, contribute to our profession. And the winner of this award is not only CA, but MBA in International Business, Strategy and Finance. He is also leading his own regional chartered accountants very well. Whenever they come in Dubai, he is the help-handing person in the Dubai. He is our ex-com member also, and he is a CA, Dharma Pateri. Now the last but most important award, Young Achiever. The criteria for that was he should be minimum 3 years member of our chapter and less than 31 year old. And she is CA, SEC from UK, having total 6-year experience. She has been recognized in presentation skills in MCS program of ICI, highest mark in SCCA paper, and she is CA Priyanka Vedula.
Thank you and congratulations to all the winners. Now I request all the winners to be on the stage, and I also would like to request Varsha ma'am on the stage, please.
Can we have a big round of applause for Rajesh Somani ji for pulling this off? This is a great effort and finally he has done it.
10 seconds. Thank you, ICA Dubai, for creating this award and space that values contribution, camaraderie, and compassion.
If my mummy and papa can hear me, बहुत मम्मी पापा ये अवार्ड आपके लिए है.
That's so sweet, Dilip bhai. Thank you so much. All the awardees are here on the stage. Thank you so much. And with that, now we want to recognize the jury members themselves. So first, I would like to call for Paddy Aka Padmaban Acharya. And I request our chairman, CA Jay Prakash Agarwal, vice chairman, CA Rishi Chawla, to do the honor to present a memento to CA Paddy, please. And all the awardees, please take their seats. That was so wonderful. Congratulations once again. I request Chairman CA Jay Prakash Agarwal and the former Chairman Rajesh Ji Somani and Rishi Chawla to present the memento to the jury member CA Paddy. Now, I request to present a memento to Miss Samantha Starbuck. She is not here. Okay, in that case. And now I request the main person, the person behind these jury awards, none other than Dr. Kanak Madrecha, the Excellence Advisor and the Consultant Excellence Advisor Managing Director of Dr. Kanak Madrecha and Associates. I request once again Chairman and Vice Chairman of ICAI Dubai Chapter for the year 25-26 to present a memento to the jury member. Thank you so much. And yes, it's not over yet. The last but not the least, the founder of these awards, who led the foundation for these awards, none other than our immediate past chairman, CA Rajesh Ji Somani. Woohoo! So thank you so much once again to each and every members. Finally, we are bringing this truly inspiring evening to the close. It's time to extend our heartfelt appreciation to the every individual. But to do the honors, the formal word of thanks, I now would like to invite our very supportive and always smiling Executive Committee member CA Sanjay Gagrani to do the formal word of thanks.
Good evening once again. As we wrap up this inspiring evening, it's my honor to deliver the formal vote of thanks on behalf of ICAI Dubai chapter. First of all, my heartfelt thanks to our chief guest, Mr. Rajesh Garg, for your valuable insight and sustainable business transformation what you have achieved in the Landmark Group. To our incredible keynote speaker, Mr. Sonam Bangchuk, your words on innovation and sustainability I'm sure will stay with us for a long time. Gratitude to our thought-provoking panelists, Mr. Ashish Gokhale, Dr. Khan, Mr. Faris, and our brilliant moderator, Mr. Rajesh Manglani, for an engaging and enlightening discussion. Big thanks to Mr. Shantanu Sharma for his powerful session on carbon accounting, and to our dynamic quiz master, CA Karunalal Ruther, for adding energy and fun to sustainability learning. And of course, our huge shout out to our sponsor whose generous support made this evening possible. Title sponsor BMW Development, principal sponsor IFCO, Tally, Lulu, Motilal Oswal, SBC, Spectrum Accounting, Housebooks, Platinum sponsors CLA Emirates, Chartered Accountant, US by James, HSBC, Auditor Dex, Cube Innovator, Reliant Surveyor, Dominic Partners, Ivas Constantine, and Stockify. Global Indian Banking Partner, Standard Chartered Bank, Equity Research Partner, Market Mozo, Banking Partner, Bank of Baroda, Travel Partner, Uranus Travel, Fitness Partner, Peace Yoga, Valuation Partner, Windsmill, Institutional Partner, Delhi Private School, and Media Partner, Gulf News. Finally, sincere thanks to our Hyatt Regency team for hosting us with such a hospitality, our volunteers, technical team, and coordinators who work tirelessly behind the scene. All right, good night and see you soon again. Thank you very much. Thank you.